The Applecross Saga, Book 1, The Wideawake Hat. Written by Amanda Georges. Narrated by Sue Melville. Prologue. Hinawai looked forward and back. Should she go on? Should she go back? Where was the path? Matagauri, Tarami, and thick tussocks of haumata blocked the way. But looking back, the path seemed to have melted into the undergrowth now. "Go forward, Hinawai," she whispered to herself, but loud enough to startle a small brown ground-dwelling bird who squawked loudly as it ran past her feet, causing her to drop the carved spear balanced like a perfect extension to her fingers. Picking up the spear and shrugging her shoulders to adjust the weight of the long, thin woven basket strapped over her breast, the young Maori girl stepped forward into a gap between two large, spiky, scratchy plants which grew almost as tall as the girl herself. Matagauri needles raised red lines on her bare legs, but she was used to that. The patterns they made were like the designs pressed painfully into her father's face. They proudly told a story of her short life. Hinawai, Water Maiden, her name given at birth, had become her purpose in life. Did the name dictate the route she had taken? Would she have been here this day, doing what she had to do if she had been called Arahaya, or even Haitatanga? She giggled at her sister's name, which meant beam of light, and yet her sister never smiled. So how could that be her given name? As she raised her head to laugh out loud at the absurdity, she stumbled into a tussock from which a cloud of tiny moths flew out. Battling on across the vast plain, she glanced back to the hill where smoke rose from the village fires. A faint smell of cooking reached her. I'm starving," she thought to herself, and that spurred her on towards the sound of water. The bushes began to get further apart, and the ground under her sandals less grass, more stone. Little lumps of round, polished grey pebbles pressed up through her soles, but she knew she must take those painful steps. Yesterday's rain would bring the water nearer to her, and, with any luck, her mission would end in her contribution to dinner being baked over one of those cooking fires. It made her mouth just water to think of it. Light reflected off the water as she stepped over the riverbed stones. Heading upstream, she traced the journey of one of the braids of the river. Just like the long tresses of hair she combed each morning, the river's fingers followed their chosen path through the stones, joining, parting, bubbling, pooling. In one of those pools she could sense the depth, deep enough to hide an eel, perhaps. Crouching down, she pulled her bait out of her woven kite. Just a tiny piece of dried meat taken from the carcass of a water bird that had been their meal yesterday. Hinawai expertly attached the bait to her line and dangled it over the edge of the deepest part of the pool. Then she took up a pose of absolute stillness. Her mind wandered, as it always did when she waited patiently for the bait to be taken. She loved this place, flat as one of her mother's flower breads, brown and, to some of her family, boring and unproductive. She knew this land held more treasures than you would think by just passing through it. Water gave you fish, eels, duck-like birds with the succulent flesh, and green leaves, which made good eating and could be used by the elders as salves to cuts and bruises, or medicines to cure a headache or a toothache. Grass gave you roots to eat, berries to pluck, birds to trap, and plants to be woven into cloths and baskets and beds to sleep on. All around this flat land, the hills stood guard in their enclosing circle, each point or slope having a name and persona, the gaps between them allowing passage to other lands. At the end of the warm seasons, Hinawai and her family passed through the gap over there to reach the places where the winds don't blow so hard and the cold rains and white frosts don't bite quite so much into your face and fingers and toes. But at this time of the year, there is nowhere better in Hinawai's mind than this flat but abundant plain crossed by its productive rivers. Her mind wandering in the sun's warmth, Hinawai nearly missed the dark movement in the water and the sudden twitch of the bait in her fingers. Moving swiftly, she turned, pulled the spear back enough to thrust it into the depths, and calmly pierced the flesh of a great grey, slippery eel. For what seemed but a short while, her strong shoulders wrestled with the writhing, muscular fish. She was small for her age, but adept at this process, so it wasn't long before the eel lay on the stones unmoving, his skin glistening with the water from which it had been taken. She whispered a short prayer to the water gods in thanks for a creature to eat and to appease the animal gods who had lost a kindred soul. Head first, the eel was dropped into her long basket. Such a big eel that its tail flopped out of the top, slapping Hinawai around the ear at every step as she started the journey back home. Watching from a slight rise towards one of those circling hills, Hinawai's mother waited her return. As she slowed to walk up the hill, Hinawai waved to her mother. "Another eel for tea tonight, Fire," she called, "and a big one." Her mother surveyed the flat lands below and wondered at the abundance of this place which looked so barren, with nothing much to cause you to stop and spend time. What did Papatuanuku, the Earth Mother and maker of all things under the sky, have in mind for this unique flat plateau? One day, someone may find some use for this place, she thought to herself, as she took Hinaway by the shoulder and they set off back to the village together to prepare their feast. Chapter 1. Arrivals. September 1848 to March 1850. Tears trickled slowly down Sophia's cheeks and dripped onto her blood-stained white pinafore. Looking down, it reminded her so much of the candy-striped fabric her mother had used to make her favourite Sunday best dress. Oh, how she had loved that dress, until it had grown too tight and too short for her and had been passed, with some alteration to the hem and bust, to her younger and shorter, stouter sister, Emily. Thinking of the members of her family far away across the oceans just made the tears roll thicker and faster down her cheeks. Trying not to use the back of her salt-stained hands to wipe away the tears, Sophia blinked and chopped and blinked and sawed at the meat on the table in front of her. It was so hard to stop thinking of the living beast that this carcass had been until earlier today. Ranging freely through the scrub, rooting into the soft earth to look for juicy plant roots and the odd earthworm. The young pig was unaware of the presence of a man behind him, and out of nowhere came the pain of a sharp knife entering the neck, but not quite in the right place to mean instant death. The squealing noise of the small hog fighting for his life would live in Sophia's dreams for many years, while George plunged the knife in again and again, struggling each time to pull it out of the thick flesh to make another blow, all the time the beast writhing in agony and likely to trap George beneath its not inconsiderable weight if it fell his way. After what seemed many hours to Sophia watching on, in a melee of blood and mud and sweat and slobber, the squealing ceased. A few noisy last gasps, and George's heavy breathing was all that was left in the flattened circle of grass and short bushes. And now, here was that body, stretched out in front of her on the wooden trestle table set up on the shaded side of the bullock cart, waiting for her to turn into the contents of their meat safe for the next few weeks. She really didn't know if she could actually do what she'd read about in her treasured copy of the Domestic Handbook. It all sounded so easy. Using a good, sharp knife, peel the skin away from the flesh, keeping it in one piece if possible. Or even more terrifying, open the stomach cavity by at least 8 inches and remove all the internal organs one by one. Be sure to collect them with the blood in a large bucket for use later. In this way, all parts of the animal can be of use. How could there be any blood left in the beast? Most of it seemed to be draining into the ground in the clearing where George had happened upon the poor, unsuspecting creature. But faced with the idea of being hungry again, and rather tired of living on oats and the small bony fish caught with great difficulty in the many rivers they seemed to have crossed so far, Sophia took a deep breath and plunged on with the task in hand. Her precious stock of salt, stored in brown earthenware pots to keep it dry, provided a preserving rub, which she placed by hand into the various cuts she had made, and then rolled each joint in the remaining mixture until it was entirely covered. At least this evening they would have a fresh meat stew boiled in her cooking pot. Perhaps she could try those strange potato-looking vegetables that she had been given by the native girls who lingered around them as they stepped ashore from the small boat which had transported them to land from the ship that had been their home for the last 3 months. All they had wanted in return were some cheap beads and a silk handkerchief. Thanks to some last-minute advice from the pastor's wife, she had made sure she had a stock of such trinkets to hand that day. Coins were of little value, it seemed, in this strange land, so far away from the butcher's block at home. George appeared from the nearby bushes, still looking rather pale, and, having taken a plunge into a pool made by the river washing out a deep gorge in the shingle, he shook his head to dry his hair and buttoned up his slightly damp white shirt, which hardly showed any signs of the recent struggle with the pig. He hoped Sophia had not heard the sounds of his violent retching. Killing a beast was a familiar thing to this farming son, but doing so with his bare hands and a knife less efficient than his father's slaughtering tools had made the job messy and unpleasant. He didn't have an issue with killing to eat. How else were they going to survive here? But if you are going to kill, then do so swiftly and efficiently. He knew he needed to do better next time. He just hoped the creature had not died a painful death in vain, and every piece could be used in some way, even down to using the pigskin to make a cover to keep the rain from their dry goods store. Not that rain had been a worry so far. In fact, he would like a downpour to freshen up this dusty ground. His throat and nose were full of it. Even his recent dip in the water had not washed it all away from his hair and between his toes. Sophia's low spirits lifted when she saw her new husband. George was a handsome man, with broad shoulders and long legs. If she was being really picky, Sophia would say his face was a bit too pinched, even more so now that the journey had taken its toll on any spare flesh he carried. But what she needed was a strong man, capable of riding a horse, killing a pig, and driving the bullocks in a straight line. Though this seemed to be something they really didn't want to do. Despite George's strong shoulders handling the reins with a skill improved every day of their journey, they preferred, it seemed, to pick their own route through the thick undergrowth, swinging the cart from side to side in an alarming way, and making pots and pans rattle and crash behind the driver and his passenger. But they should know best, according to the stock seller in the market back in Port Chalmers, and often had saved the whole cavalcade from diving into a deep ditch hidden by bushes with a last-minute lurch to the left or right for no apparent reason. This handsome man would be the perfect father to the child that she suspected was growing inside her. Seasickness had turned into morning sickness somewhere off the coast of Australia. Rather than spending all day leaning over the ship's rail and wishing for a swift death from drowning to alleviate the misery of the ongoing motion sickness, she had found that only at breakfast time did she feel the nausea rise, and if a short walk around the deck was taken in time, the rest of the day could be spent feeling the movement of the ship without too much discomfort. Mrs. Macpherson, the pastor's wife, had warned her that her monthly course could be disrupted by the journey, but that it had ceased entirely could only mean one thing. But then Mrs. Macpherson had also said that her husband may not call upon her to perform her wifely duties, as she had put it in whispered tones while at sea. This had not been the case, as George had somehow managed to secure a private berth for them on board. She suspected that Captain Chivers had rather taken a fancy to her and was therefore happy to find the newlyweds a quieter corner of the overcrowded stowage deck. Hanging an extra woolen blanket secured by clothes pegs across the bunk had helped to give more privacy too, though they had felt the need to keep the noise to a minimum. Since their arrival on dry land, she had found the lack of a gentle, rolling movement had caused their love-making to become stilted and awkward. No doubt as she grew fatter, George would not want to join her in bed anyway. A shame, she thought, as there was much comfort in his presence in the dark, a strong man breathing gently beside her, while the sounds around the tent scared her so much. Not the gentle hoot of an owl or the occasional call of a fox or deer. The rustling came from strange, ground-dwelling birds who squawked and shrieked at night, and the wild creatures who rustled by, snorting and snuffling. Oh, why did I remind myself of the pig? She thought to herself, lifting her head suddenly and laughing out loud. George saw his pretty young wife standing at the makeshift table with the sharpest knife they owned in her hands, blood dripping onto the ground, and various joints of meat sitting amongst the skin, innards, and general gore of the pig he had wrangled to a slow and painful death only a few hours before. Long strands of her beautiful blonde hair had fallen from their tight grip behind her head, and long red marks on her face showed where she had attempted to push them back with her blooded fingers. Her pinafore would need a good wash to rid it of the red streaks, but no doubt she would know how to soak the blood from it in a bucket of cold water, and, like magic, she would be wearing it again tomorrow, freshly laundered and pressed with the heavy little iron, which she heated up over the stove and spat on to see if it was hot enough. As he had done so many times in the last few months, he issued a silent prayer of thanks for the gift of finding this perfect woman to share his adventures. Beauty, brains, and a rare ability to take anything in her stride. He could have asked for nothing more. They had known each other for most of their lives, the farm boy George and the English girl Sophia, with that strange accent, meeting mainly on Sundays at the little stone chapel on the edge of the village, both dressed in their best Sunday clothes, and only able to share a smile across the path as their respective families chatted to the pastor about the sermon, or about the harvest festival preparations, or the awful conditions of those who, over the years, had been removed from their homes to give absent landlords a bigger estate for their English friends to visit. Or, more recently, the new young queen who had taken the throne of England and Scotland. When they were both young, a shy smile from Sophia always cheered George up. But as he grew into adolescence, he would ignore her as much as he could, and then back at home curse himself for doing so. George's family were farmers, making a reasonable living and occasionally rich after the sale of a herd of good Angus beef stock. For a while they would eat well, and perhaps have a bolt of woolen corduroy cloth delivered for his mother to turn into new but very itchy trousers for George his father, and his older brother Hamish, and even maybe matching waistcoats with pockets far too small to hold all the things a young boy may want to collect about his person. In times when the cattle failed to thrive, or the sale price fell, life became a little less comfortable, and a diet of watery potato soup and homemade oat bread was all that could be offered. Such is a farmer's way of life, with its troughs and peaks. George attended the school next to the chapel for a while, before his strong young body was needed on the farm. There he learned to read and write, and, though he never entirely got to grips with numbers, he thrived on books of adventures and exploration. He would often be found pointing a grubby finger at all the pink bits of the map of the world. "One day I will go there," he would say, pointing at British Guinea, India, Australia, or New Zealand. "And what will you do there when you can't add up?" would be the reply from the fearsome schoolmaster Mr. Potts. "I'll make my fortune, you'll see," would be George's reply, earning him a clip round the ear as he escaped out into the schoolyard to meet his friends Malcolm, Jack, and Bertie. "Thick as thieves, those boys," thought Mr. Potts. "They'll all come to no good, I'll reckon." At the other end of the village from the Mackay farmhouse, there was a small, neat, single-storey stone cottage with perfect proportions of a central door and a small window on each side. Light often burned in the right-hand window, where Sophia Morling's family lived simply day to day, and the kitchen range was hot and the rag rugs kept the stone floor from feeling too cold to the stockinged feet in the bitter Highland winters. If you called to see them, not just the neighbourly calling round with a basket of apples or a few oatcakes on a plate, but called for something important, to discuss next week's carol service with the pastor, or to discuss Sophia's progress at Sunday school. A dim light may show in the left-hand window behind heavy curtains. This is the drawing room, neat and tidy as can be, and heavily furnished with a large, ugly plant taking pride of place in the middle of the table, exactly central to the embroidered lace doily upon which it sat. Sophia, her sister Emily, and her noisy brothers were almost never allowed in that room, unless perhaps an aunt visited from far away Inverness for tea one Sunday afternoon, when the children would be paraded in for a few moments to be told how much they'd grown since last time. Well, as Sophia often thought, we would be unlikely to shrink as we grew older. But she knew better than to say anything, for fear of her father's slipper, which would make contact with her bottom a few times for the cheek of it. Mr. Morling and his family had made the journey up to Scotland when Sophia was 5 years old. They moved from one of the large industrial towns of the English north. Mrs. Morling, being of a delicate disposition, would, he had hoped, find the air in Scotland better for her chest. And so it had proved to be, as, soon after arriving in the sleepy Scottish village, she had produced 3 strapping babies in quick succession, all of whom proved to be decisively strong and healthy children. At a time when most mothers lost 1 or more babies at birth or in their first year, Maria Morling defied all odds, and her children grew well in the country air. Mr. Morling didn't, it seemed to the neighbours, have much of a job or profession. It was a question often asked as to how the Morling family made ends meet. But meet they did, and quite well indeed. The truth of it was that Albert Morling's passion for music did indeed make him some money, and even better than that, he had been able to bring his work with him with the move further north. Though not trained at a musical academy, Albert had perfect pitch, and could rattle off a new tune with ease when someone else had written the words. So a large envelope of closely written lyrics came by postboy each week, and a return was made to that postie with last week's words set to a tune suitable for the music hall, arranged for a small orchestra, or just a piano, or maybe a parlour quartet. Occasionally, Mr. Morling would make the 4 or 5 day round trip to Inverness, where his agent exchanged pleasantries and reasonably substantial amounts of cash. Back in the village, nobody knew of this regular income, but they did know that Albert Morling played the wheezing, clacketing organ in the chapel better than anyone had before. And for that they were grateful, and made this family of income as welcome, despite their historical distrust of the English. Sophia inherited much from her mother, but thankfully not her weak chest. The eldest of the 4 children, Sophia was healthy, vivacious, and high-spirited from birth. She revelled in the countryside around her, and chose to run rather than walk as much as she could, except when adults told her to slow down. She too had attended the school at the same time as George, though they entered by different doors, boys at one end, girls and infants at the other. But it was away from school that the children of the village mingled, despite their social standing. Class didn't matter when you were measured by how fast you ran, how high you climbed, or how brave you were about jumping streams and snitching apples from the orchard. Sophia and George were up there at the front. A kind of mutual respect developed in time between them. "Of course she's only a girl," George would say to Bertie. And Sophia and her friends would look at each other, raise their eyebrows and think, boys, what do they know? At 14 years of age, Sophia's schooling came to an abrupt end when her mother's health became so poor that she couldn't keep up the standards of cleanliness and godliness that she would have wanted in their tiny home. So Sophia learned the skills of running a household and caring for her siblings. Being a resourceful young lady, this was not a hard task, and she soon learned to alter garments, prepare meals, launder tablecloths, clean stone steps, and all those other duties usually done by those of more mature years. Little did she know then how it would stand her in good stead for the future. Even after only a few months of marriage, George knew he had made the best decision, though he also knew it had broken a corner of Sophia's heart to leave behind her parents and brothers and sister. In the beginning, he had seen only a partnership. A good woman with the necessary skills to go on into the unknown and carve a life on the frontier was all he had needed. On their wedding day, it had been obvious to everyone present that they felt affection for each other. But his love for Sophia had blossomed during their long voyage, and in moments of great self-doubt, he had fallen deeply in love with Sophia as a person, not just as a fellow pioneer. Did she feel the same way? George sometimes saw the faraway look in her eyes, and hoped that her homesickness would fade over time as she began to feel at home with him, and maybe some babies would divert her attention into making a new family in due course. But she never ceased to surprise him. What was she laughing about now? He hurried as much as he could through the long grass, up the bank to meet her across the blood-stained table, her hysterical laughter somehow infectious. What a sight they would have looked if there had been anyone else to see them, laughing and holding on to each other over the remains of the pig, their laughter babbling like the river as it ran towards the nearby sea. Later, after a supper with the proportions of a feast had been taken and enjoyed by them both, and the pots washed in the water nearby, Sophia and George snuggled down together under a mattress spread beneath the cart. They lay looking at the stars as they formed patterns not familiar to those from the northern hemisphere. For a second they gasped at a shooting star. "Make a wish, my love," said George. And the wish that Sophia made, but did not share in case it was broken, was to find a place where they could set up home and build a family. Maybe tomorrow, she thought, as she fell asleep next to her beloved husband. It was becoming their usual routine. Each morning, as the birds' song reached a crescendo around them, and the sun rose with a red light against the mountains beyond, showing every crack and crevice in the early dawn light, George and Sophia began their day. First step for Sophia was to hang the cambric mattress out to air, and while George went to fetch water in a bucket, she washed with a damp cloth and donned her everyday dress over the corsets which were beginning to be tighter and tighter each day. The pinafore had been soaked and dried the previous evening and ironed flat with the heat of the dying fire before bedtime. It looked fresh and crisp, and she was proud to tie it over her pale grey dress. Brushing her hair and tying every bit of it back with a grey ribbon, she did a quick check in the small metal-rimmed hand mirror which she had hung from the framework of the cart. "I'll do," she said to herself. "Not bad." George was back with a full bucket. He had splashed the river water on his face and he glowed with the cold of it. The icy water seemed to come straight from the snowy tops of the distant hills. He had brought some driftwood back, dragging it along the ground. It broke easily into dry pieces to set a fire under the hanging pot, and it wasn't long before the water bubbled in the kettle and porridge warmed through. "We must find some milk today, my dear," he said to Sophia as she came round from the back of the bullock cart where he had left her to her modesty while she got herself dressed. Every morning he marvelled at her ability to look so fresh. No dressing table to do whatever it is ladies do while sitting in front of their mirror, just a tiny corner of reflective glass. But she looked stunning and ready as ever to tackle the next day of their new adventure. His next task was to collect a little milk in the metal bucket. He was glad they had bought a milking cow in Hawkesbury, even though she was slowing them down as she plodded along beside the bullock cart, tethered with a light rope. The poor beast had little time to graze, and so her milk was flowing intermittently. But he knew it was a good source of healthy food for him and his wife. But then, with luck on their side, they should be finding a place where the cow could crop grass all day, and they could start to make a home soon. He suspected he would need a base within a few months, so that the baby Sophia was trying so hard to hide would be born in a building rather than a cart. So today was the day for turning inland. He had decided overnight, while Sophia slept silently beside him, a look of calm contentment on her lovely face. They needed a pasture near fresh water, with rising ground so that the winter floods would drain away easily. They would find a sheltered valley, perhaps, where he could build a cabin and let the cattle roam. They would need more cows, and maybe calves would come along in the spring. And pigs, and some chickens. And Sophia would like a dog. She missed her little terrier Tam so much. They had met a few travellers along the way who had dogs to work their small flocks of sheep. Perhaps he could ask if they had a spare pup. But then he would need fencing, and then there's the need to register his plot. Could he leave Sophia for a while to ride on a borrowed pony back to Hawkesbury or Dunedin to register their new domain? So many thoughts, so much to do. His head was spinning with all there was to do, and now guessing it was more urgent, there was no time to lose. Sleep just would not come to him, as his thoughts went back over the last few months of what had seemed at times to be an endless journey into the unknown. Where could he say their journey had truly begun? Maybe he should start at the very beginning, when a seed of an idea had been sown in his head. He had started stepping out with Sophia after they had danced at the harvest supper. They began to snatch whatever time they could together, and, as both parents approved of the relationship, they could often be found in those long, dark winter evenings, talking in the living room at the Morlings, or in the farmhouse parlour. Of course, Mrs. Morling and Mrs. Mackay would always be there in the background, finding an excuse to act as discreet chaperones. But often as not, their whispered conversations were not entirely overheard. Realising that their future would likely be together, their words often turned to what they would do, where they could go, and how they would live. George knew full well that the farm would be for Hamish. The eldest son would take the reins, of course. So what was there for the second son to do? He had often thought of joining up, but army life was tough, and with the present uncertainty in the world, was he prepared to take arms, even maybe to kill another man? As luck would have it, perhaps one would call it fate, old Reverend Pike had been called to meet his Redeemer just days after the harvest supper. Some said it was an over-excess of apple pie that had brought on the fatal attack, and some said he had chosen his time badly as autumn was such a busy period in the church calendar. However, the elders of the chapel had dealt swiftly with the enforced interregnum and had been fortunate in signing up a younger man from Glasgow. Reverend Adams had arrived with his young wife and a babe in arms, just in time to take up the Christmas responsibilities of carol singing and midnight service. He brought his family and some newfangled ideas, not welcomed by the whole congregation, but certainly popular with the younger flock. One spring evening, when the days were long enough to encourage people out after supper, he and Mrs. Adams had held an event for the young people. They were of the opinion that young people should be managed rather than just left to all sorts of ungodly behaviour down by the river or behind the hay barn. So these young adults, 10 or a dozen of them ranging from mid to late teenage, suddenly found themselves invited to spend time together. Food was offered, and cordials or cold tea, and it had fallen upon Mrs. Adams to find a topic for each meeting. On one of these occasions, not able to find a suitable speaker, she had took it upon herself to pass on the things she had learnt in Glasgow about the benefits of travelling to other parts of the empire. She had even been part of a group of church wives who had worked with couples who wanted to leave the city for the chance of making a fortune overseas. In fact, she had become a little jealous of those cheerful, expectant young folk heading off on their voyages. If only Mr. Adams had some adventure in him, she would muse. So she had travelled to the Scottish countryside, in the manner she would have expected to take had it been to Australia or India, and this spirit she intended to share with her audience. Most of the group had found it hard to conceive of a land beyond the surrounding hills, let alone across the oceans. But she could see that George and Sophia had passed a secret look of hope and intrigue across the room. Telling everyone to come to her for more information at any time, she had not expected any follow-up whatsoever. So it was a pleasant surprise when, a few days later, Sophia had come up to her quietly to ask how long the journey may take, what people would wear, and various other practical questions. It became a regular thing for them to chat about it in a nonchalant, non-committal sort of a way. And slowly, Sophia had put meat on the bones of her and George's plans. At the same time, Reverend Adams became aware of George's presence almost every day, while he busied himself at the altar or sat at his desk in the manse. George, too, had many questions, which the kind-hearted pastor attempted to answer, or promised to find out from people he knew back in Glasgow. In the end, they had decided on New Zealand. India was for the military, and hot and disease-ridden, according to Mrs. Adams. Australia demanded hard work in mining or quarrying. But New Zealand was for farmers. It all sounded like a land of opportunity for a farm boy, especially for a second son with few prospects back home. He could make something of himself there, he was sure. Still wide awake in his bed under the cart, George shifted gently to avoid waking his wife, and thought about the biggest step they had taken once they had decided on their grand adventure. Of course, they needed to get married first. That had been easy in the end. Both families were thrilled with the arrangement, and the whole village had attended the simple ceremony held on a beautiful late summer day. Sophia looked radiant in a dress she had made for herself of soft green fabric. The flowers made into a crown around her blonde hair made her look like a woodland elf. At that moment, He was so happy to be marrying his beautiful bride and so excited about the journey and the promise of their future together. A wonderful day all round. But the families of both parties celebrated with just a tinge of sadness. They knew, because they'd been told the day before, that the young couple planned to leave straight after the wedding night. The marriage was consummated overnight in the small stone shepherd's cottage on the farm, which had been made comfortable and inviting by his mother. It was empty at this time of year, as the shepherd was only required for lambing season, so it had needed an airing and the blessing of a cheerful fire in the grate, despite it being a warm evening. And so their long journey had begun. George preferred to leave out of his thoughts the sadness of saying goodbye to his family. So many tears, so many hugs. Realistically, he knew he may never see any of them again. He could see that Sophia was aware of that too, and he knew it was the hardest thing for her to bear. Off they had gone, however, in the farm's best cart pulled by the bay mare Tilly. Both items would be looked after by the Presbyterian Immigrant Organisation until Hamish next went for farm supplies. The two chests strapped behind them, one for him and one for Sophia, seemed very small to form the basis of their new lives, but they'd been assured by Mrs. Adams that all the things they may need in New Zealand would be there for them on board the ship, collected and packed by the good ladies of the immigrant organisation. Looking back, George wondered how he and Sophia got through those days. Everything was so alien to them both. Though they were used to the sea, being only a short walk to the coast where the rollers crashed on the shore and the fresh air blew the cobwebs away, the sea at the port of Greenock was not the same at all. Stagnant, filthy, and full of bobbing flotsam and jetsam, which had been discarded from the many, many ships tied up by huge ropes to bollards the size of a man. And the noise! One could hardly think straight with the ship's whistles and bells, calling of sailors, sellers, and even the street girls who shouted out their trade at all hours. In a dizzy whirl of assault upon the senses, all the preparations were made swiftly. Kind ladies helped Sophia repack her chest with extra warm clothes, essential cooking supplies in dry containers, a blank journal for her to keep a diary. Even a new brush and mirror had been donated by some kind lady of the local congregation. In his wooden chest, George now had, amongst other things, some new knives, some good rope, a few tools for fence building, and a leather-bound Bible in a strong card box to keep it safe. They had brought some savings in a leather bag. Their passage had been paid for by the church, and a small bag of coins had been added at the last minute from last Sunday's collection plate. Enough to buy essentials on their arrival, they were told by the kind ladies who saw them off that day. He remembered little of their setting out. The sea rolled once they hit the open water, and his first few days were spent leaning over the side, leaving what little he could eat to feed the seabirds following hopefully astern. No wonder they grew so fat on the vomit of these new explorers to a foreign land, he thought. He barely felt well enough to tend to his new wife either. She too was overcome with seasickness, which lasted for most of the 3-month voyage. A shriek from a bird hiding in the long grass nearby woke Sophia with a start. The day had begun for them both with anticipation for George and some trepidation for Sophia. As he sat down opposite Sophia for their warm tea and porridge, he broached the subject. Sophia, I think we need to head inland for our final destination today. You need a place to call your home, and, if I'm right, you'll need a place to raise a family very soon. She blushed, and to George's amazement, tears fell silently into her porridge bowl, diluting the tiny spoon of honey she had given herself as a treat to sweeten the boring breakfast food. My dear, don't be sad. It is what we both want, isn't it? I'm not sad, she gulped between sobs. I'm just so scared. I need my mother, and you won't want me when I'm fat and ugly. Don't be silly, my love, he said as he came round the table and put a steadying hand on her shoulder. I love you as you are, and will love you all the more as the mother of my child. We will find help. There are other young wives who have travelled the same journey as us. You need a home and the company of your own kind, and we will find both, starting today. So they began by packing up the table and all the cooking equipment, pricking off the prickles that had attached themselves to the bedding as it aired over a nearby bush, and storing the blankets in their usual spot. Then George began his usual struggle to attach the cattle to their pulling yokes, while Sophia put the fire out with a little water before storing the rest in the cart for their journey. With everything in its place at last, they set off in a different direction, with Daisy the cow plodding alongside, putting the sound of the sea behind them. With the sun also behind them, Sophia felt drowsy in her seat beside George, but fought to keep her eyes wide open to study this new land for signs of a place to stop this never-ending journey. She felt like her life was one constant motion, and it would be good to stand still for a while. George's father had given them strict instructions for a good site for a farm: water, shelter for the buildings from the wind, no chance of flood, and, most important in his view, an open place where you could see your enemies approaching. Sophia smiled to herself. She didn't think they would need to fend off the English marauders as Mr. Mackay's ancestors had done for centuries back in Scotland. George had been casting an eye around for a place to cross the river. It had narrowed as they continued inland, and slightly uphill. Looking across the streams, which seemed to mingle into one river in places, he saw a valley which looked greener and more sheltered than anything they had seen before. "Let's cross here," he said to Sophia, who awoke from her daydreaming with a start. "Look," he continued, "that valley looks a bit like a Scottish glen." Sophia saw a sharp V-shaped valley that seemed to turn away so that she couldn't see all the way to the top, but it certainly did look like something of the wooded valleys near her home, and perhaps even more like the rolling valleys she barely remembered from England. Turning the cart into the water, they rolled and rocked across the shingle and flowing water. The cattle seemed to have a sense of where best to put their feet, but this involved lots of twists and turns, making Sophia feel quite seasick again. Reaching dry land on the other side after nearly an hour of this torturous journey, they pulled the cart to a slow halt to rest and take a drink. The sound of horses' hooves made them both look up to see two horsemen approaching fast across the river they had just crossed. George jumped down and helped Sophia gently to the floor, where they stood side by side to meet the fine, tall horses who snorted and threw their heads into the air as they were drawn to a stop. The two young riders dismounted. "Good morning to you both, and where are you headed?" asked the older of the two men. George, who wasn't keen to talk too openly, replied, "Inland for a good pasture. And you?" "And you will find choice aplenty for you and your pretty wife," said the man. "I'm Thomas Bayliss, and this is my brother, Simon. We are seeking bigger things ourselves." Something about these two men made George uncomfortable. Arrogant was the word that came to mind. And he could tell that Sophia was also unsure as she stood beside him. So his reply was polite, but did not encourage further discussion. "Well, we wish you good luck and safe travels in this land of opportunity," he said, and began to turn away to draw some water out of the back of the cart to quench his wife's thirst. "Ah, we will have good luck if we cross these hills," said the younger of the two men. "Beyond those hills, through that gap there." He pointed vaguely to a shallow dip between two hills. "They say there's a flat land of great plenty there, and we will make our fortune once we take it as our claim." "Shh," said the first man. "These folk don't need to hear our dreams. They have their own. Good luck to you both, and may you find your pasture. For now, good day. Perhaps we'll meet again one day. Come, Simon, time to move on." The young brothers swung themselves easily into their saddles, and, with a cheery wave, they were gone in a cloud of dust, the horses' feet making light work of the dense undergrowth beneath them. "Let us rest here a while," suggested George, guiding his young wife to sit on the steps leading up to the cart. "Here, drink some water while I go for a look round." George left his wife sipping at the cold, fresh water in a battered tin mug and set out towards the sound of a stream babbling down through the valley to join the bigger river. He felt somewhat unsettled after their chance meeting with the two brothers. His expectations of a piece of land to call home were quite modest. Enough to live on was all he wanted. He didn't really understand the desire to take huge tracts of land for one's own benefit. He would like a plot big enough to see the edges and small enough to walk around the boundaries every day. With these thoughts going round and round in his head, George realised he'd been walking gently uphill into the valley along the bottom of which a stream wound its way through the thickets of small trees and large, round, weather-worn rocks. The valley floor seemed greener than the land they had been crossing, flat in places, but gently rolling back toward the coast. As he reached a small waterfall, with just a trickle of water coming through at the moment, the view opened out. The wind, which had been quite strong at river level, seemed to have diminished in strength here, but the sun still streamed into the place. Bird calls came from the scrubland beyond. He saw a fish streak in the clear water of the gathering pool above the waterfall. There was evidence that someone had made a fire here, but not recently. Perhaps the native people passed this way on their journeys to fish or hunt and had found this a good place to stay along the way. "Maybe this is it," he thought. "Maybe this is our new home." Sophia was feeling sick again, and that brought on a bout of homesickness too. Nothing was familiar. Nothing made her feel at home. The two men with big ideas had unsettled her. She just wanted a home with enough to live on and enough to feed a growing family. She missed her father, always humming a tune or singing a song. She really missed her mother, despite her frailty. But who else could tell her how to bear this baby and bring it into the world? She even missed her brothers, Angus and Samuel, who had always seemed hell-bent on causing her to scold them, and her sister Emily, who would never have the courage to leave the village, let alone travel by ship for many months to a new country. And perhaps most of all, she missed Tam, her wee terrier dog, who followed her like a shadow wherever she went. Was he whining back at home, waiting at the door for his mistress to return? Poor Tam! Again, the sight of George approaching pulled her out of her dreams. "Whatever is the matter?" she called, as George came running towards her, waving his arms to attract her attention. "What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong, my dear. Just come with me," her husband called. "Come and see what I've found." And he led her hand in hand into the valley, and she knew it too. This was a good place, a place where they could make a home together, a place where their child would be happy, a place where a dog could roam free. "We've found it, haven't we?" whispered Sophia. "Yes, I believe we have," replied George, and he took her in his arms, lifting her off her feet. They spun around to admire the view from what was to become their new front step. Chapter 2. Putting Down Roots. March to June 1850. The days were as busy as anything they had ever known before, and full of new experiences at every turn. Thankfully, the sun rose early and set late, leaving Sophia and George plenty of daylight to set up their new home. So much to do. On that first day, when they had both decided this place was to be their new home, they had slept once more under the bullock cart after a meal of cold pork and oatcakes, listening to the unfamiliar sounds around them. It seemed like the whole place was full of birds who one would expect to take to the sky when startled. But no, these birds seemed to be hidden in the dense undergrowth. However, that did not mean they were quiet. still rustling around, squawking and screeching long after dark. And after only a few hours' sleep, those same birds were off again with their dawn chorus. Difficult to spot as they seemed to have plumage of the same browns and greens as the grass and bush around them, and nevertheless they made their presence felt. Sophia was missing the familiar birds of her home, thrushes and blackbirds and the colourful blue tits, and, of course, the robin who helped in the garden whenever anyone was out there hanging up the washing or digging the ground for potatoes. These odd creatures with their strange song were unsettling at night and annoying in the daylight. And where were the animals? There didn't seem to be any evidence of squirrels, foxes, badgers, nor even mice. Perhaps the birds had eaten them all, she thought to herself, as she tidied the breakfast dishes away neatly on a shelf George had made for her yesterday. What a strange land they had come to. Daisy and the pulling cattle were enjoying their freedom and were sniffing and snorting as they took a morning bath in the brook. Steam rose from their leathery bodies, and a plain-looking bird hopped onto the back of one of the cattle to pick small insects from his back. George had done a good job at fencing off an area for the cattle, allowing them access to the stream, but stopping them from wandering off along the river. He had cut down the small spike-laden trees above them at the top of the valley. The main trunks made good posts. The lesser branches could be split for panels in the fence woven in by Sophia, and the rest piled up for firewood. Thank goodness that his chest of goods had included a good axe. It had come as a pleasant surprise to them both that a neat pile of gifts was waiting for them on the quay when they climbed out of the small lighter, which had brought them ashore and onto dry land at last. The Immigrant Association had really meant it when they had told them they would be fully supported on their journey. Tools of every kind, coils of rope, a keg of nails of varying sizes, several canvas sheets with ropes to tie them down or to make a shelter. And in another corner, all the items needed for a basic kitchen, including earthenware pots, enamel plates, various spoons and short knives. There was even a bolt of rough cloth and some sacking to make a mattress. Each couple was met by a member of the local Presbyterian congregation and taken to collect their donated goods. What generosity they showed! Sophia had been on the verge of tears. Throughout the journey, she had worried about the basic needs of existence, shelter, food and warmth, as well as the means to grow food and raise stock. She need not have had any concerns. Mrs. Adams had assured them that the Immigrant Society was passionate about bringing young, God-fearing people to this land of heathens, and was prepared to back that up in practical ways. But so much seemed to be ready for them. They were blessed indeed. Not that Sophia was terribly sure that God knew about this place across the oceans. She knew he lived in the old chapel back at home, and that he could be seen amongst the trees and the hills and the sea around the village. But she had wondered many times since their idea to emigrate had hatched, how does he know about New Zealand? Well, she supposed that was why they needed people to come here, to bring God with them, to show the native people how good he was to them. Bullock drays and cattle were made available to buy too. Several carts stood ready on the quayside, and George chose a sturdy one with strong wheels, as he knew they would be travelling over difficult terrain. With a farmer's eye for stock, he swiftly chose what he considered the best of the beasts on offer. He hoped they would form the basis of his herd once their use as pulling beasts was done. Sophia was not too sure of these gentle giants, who stared back at her with laconic eyes, stamping an occasional hoof and emitting a nose full of steamy, sweet-smelling breath toward her. It took a sizable chunk of their purse to acquire these beauties, but George was not about to skimp on such a necessity. For several days, wood-cutting and fencing was all that he had done from daybreak to sunset. His shoulders were tired out, and Sophia could see knots in his muscles before he put on his shirt each morning. It was her job to wind the thinnest rope they had been given between these strips, thereby forming a roll of fencing tied at the top and bottom. It was a bit like weaving. Over and under, over and under. George had started putting strong poles into the heavy ground to form a square. He had found a soft wooden mallet in his box of tools, and this he used to pound the posts into the earth at about the length of a man lying down between each one. It was hard work in ground that seemed to be dry dust between many, many small stones. Each hole he made with his sharp-pointed shovel seemed to be full of these pebbles. In fact, once piled up beside the hole, it seemed to George that the stones would form a bigger heap than the size of the hole dug out. How could that be? Between each one, he used some of his precious stock of metal nails to attach the woven strips that Sophia had made. Once an enclosure had been made for the cattle beasts, leaving a small gap as a gateway with just a rope across, he quickly moved on to creating a more permanent home for him and Sophia. This he saw as a pressing need. He wanted his son or daughter to be born in a house, not a tent. On their first day at this place, he had fashioned a tent of sorts from branches and the canvas sheets they had been given. This gave them more space to live in and sleep, but the cooking fire remained outside. He had made some furniture for Sophia to store things and some simple seats and tables. The cart had, for now, become their pantry and storeroom, keeping goods off the ground which was sometimes damp in the dew of the morning. Any spare stones he pulled out while digging fence posts had been collected for setting out the footprint of the building he and Sophia would move into soon. He often found Sophia standing in this place, gently holding her growing belly and working out where cooking would happen, where beds would be laid, and food eaten. She had lain short sticks on the ground inside to indicate where the door would be and a window should be formed, though these had been moved since the day of the big wind to provide more shelter from that direction. The weather had so far been kind, with nothing but an occasional spot of rain which dried on the ground almost as soon as it landed. In fact, George would have liked some rain to help him bind the mud and grass together for the cob mixture he needed for the house walls. But one afternoon a strong wind had come from nowhere, turning on like a person blowing out a candle. In a few seconds their belongings had taken flight. Above them a long straight line of cloud had formed like nothing they had ever seen before, which they didn't know at the time, but soon came to understand was a presage of the strong wind coming from beyond the hills. It hit with a vengeance, bending trees, folding the grass flat, and whisking washing buckets and anything else not held down wildly into the air. Sophia chased her washing down the hill, catching her white apron just before it went into the stream for an extra rinse. Gathering things up while the wind whipped her hair into strange shapes, she thought, I must have a home soon, where these things can be stored safely whatever the weather. George divided his days into building their new home and finding food. Hunting for fish seemed to be more effective in the morning, so this became his first task of each day. The salted ham was still giving them a good feed, although keeping the flies at bay was proving a task beyond Sophia's means. All she could do was cover as much food as she could with muslin cloth, and when that failed to stop the hordes of pesky black flies, she could be seen waving a handkerchief about wildly, a sight that amused George no end. But as the days began to shorten, the insects seemed to be less of an issue, and temperatures became bearable. But fish made up most of their diet for now. He had fashioned a line with hooks made from some of the smallest metal nails. On a good day, this device brought them in 3 or 4 small fish. Sophia gutted his catch efficiently and cooked them to perfection over the small stone fireplace they had made on a flat and sheltered spot near the banks of the stream, where any smoke would be blown away from their shelter. George had been quite anxious about fire. The ground was dry as dust and the grass crisp. A spark would cause devastation to their dreams, so the fireplace was made in a circle of stones with the vegetation moved a safe distance and a pail of water close by just in case. Their stock of oatcakes was nearly spent, but flat bread using flour, salt and water helped each meal to fill their bellies. And their earthenware pots with butter and lard for cooking were doing well. Sophia had even drained the fat from the body of the pig and retained the stock in which it had been boiled. These pots stood with their feet in the cold stream under the shade of a small tree. They both yearned for fruit and vegetables. Used to apples and potatoes and cabbages and summer beans, they missed the variety of flavour and colour in their diet. Soon it would be time to dig a plot to plant the small seed potatoes they had carried across the ocean, and to plant the beans which had travelled in a cloth bag in Sophia's travel chest. Although George was not sure how the winter would go. Would the ground freeze? Would there be endless rain? Or would the season continue to give them sunshine most days? Daisy was producing good milk at last. It hadn't been realistic for her to have milk in her udders while they were on the move, but it was beginning to flow regularly now. George had hopes that calves would come now that Daisy spent her days in the field with the pulling beasts. Sophia had tried to make some butter with the creamy top of the milk, and it certainly helped to cheer up their bland diet. And of course Sophia needed fresh milk to supplement her diet, as everyone knew it helped a baby to grow well. So the building work continued while the sun beat down on their fair skins. George wore a wide-brimmed hat and Sophia a straw bonnet with a ribbon to hold it in place under her chin. Nevertheless, her skin felt red and hot with the burning of the sun. George seemed to glow with brown health, whereas she just seemed to burn until pieces of pink dry skin fell from her arms. Shaking out the mattress each morning seemed to cause a shower-like snowfall. And she had found that, as the day turned into evening, 1,000,000 tiny flies took a fancy to the meal of her blood, and she was left scratching and itching for days afterwards. It had taken her a day or two to remember a remedy that her mother used when they first arrived in Scotland, and the local mosquitoes had seen a chance for fresh English meat. She hunted out a tiny glass bottle of lavender water hidden in her embroidered vanity bag, and found that dabbing just a drop behind her ears was enough to see the ferocious predators away and give her some relief. In many ways, Sophia was looking forward to colder weather, when these pests would disappear for a while. Laying stones, harvesting armfuls of long dry grass and mixing these with dry soil, which they then churned into a sticky mess with pails of water from the stream. All these were laborious and monotonous tasks, which they found neither too hard nor boring, as their enthusiasm for creating their own home drove them along. A routine started to emerge. George fishing while Sophia tried valiantly to claim a few drops of milk from Daisy in a wooden bucket. Building work in the mornings, a short lunch break, and an hour or two more of building before it was time to sit a while and watch the pot bubble over the fire, talk over their dreams, and then, as the stars appeared overhead, they took to their neatly made mattress at the rear of their shelter. They both felt a sense of urgency to complete this symbol of their permanence in this place, and, as daylight seemed to diminish each day by a few minutes, they worked frantically to make use of as much of the day as possible. George now had the beginnings of a modest cottage in place. He had begun by laying a double layer of large round stones, taking one by one from the riverbed. Each one had to be carried singly due to its weight, and lain next to one another to form the basic outline of two rectangles, one inside the other. The gap was filled with smaller stones to form the width of the walls, making a nice firm foundation layer up to window level. George had then made a wooden door frame and two small frames for windows. He had found a good source of strong wood when he took a walk downstream and happened upon a fallen tree. It had once been a fine specimen, but had split from its roots some time ago, perhaps in one of those strong winds. The wood was now white and hard, and George had found it easy to extract long, straight branches, which he dragged back to the camp for storage. Only the jagged stump remained on the bank now. One day, George planned to make good use of the rest of this fortunate find. The frames he had made would be secured in place as he added the cob mixture. At the other end from the door, he had made a chimney from moorstones. As the roof would be made from wood and the material gathered in the undergrowth around them, he was keen to build this entirely of stone to keep the roof safe from sparks. He had been quite worried about mud. He needed a goodly amount to make the simple cob walls, but water in the stream was low and mostly babbled gently over pebbles and gravel. It became increasingly difficult to collect as much as he needed to make a sticky but pliable mixture, which he applied by the bucket load, tidying the edges by patting it flat with his hands. Despite this, he only had one more layer all around to reach the top of the door frame, and then he would need gable ends with wooden slats set in to form the framework for the roof. But one morning they awoke to the sound of drips on their canvas shelter, soon becoming a deafening torrent, and cold rain fell steadily for almost the whole day. Sophia huddled miserably under the canvas sheet, while George checked the cattle were not pounding their pen to a sodden mess, that the river was not rising too close to their flat piece of land, and that their dry foodstuff stayed dry. Tomorrow the problem of the mud will be solved, he thought to himself, as he watched the stream rise to a raging torrent of brown water flowing swiftly by. Sophia had taken a rest after a cold and rather damp lunch had been eaten. She tired easily in this later stage of her pregnancy, and with a warm blanket around her, she had slept well despite the noise of the growing river, and with only the occasional movement in her swollen belly causing her to stir. She awoke after an hour of slumber to a change in note. The river still pounded down the valley, but the rain had stopped. A watery sun had even made a brief appearance through the clouds, and what wasn't dripping was now steaming in the heat. Emerging from her bed like a butterfly unfolding from a cocoon, she stretched, yawned, and set about putting things straight. A pair of shoes had got wet from being placed directly under a drip from the canvas shelter. She would dry them by the fire she would light soon. George had fashioned a cape from one of the canvas sheets, which was soaked after his trips to keep an eye on things that morning. She had recently made herself a line to hang things up between two trees, and she rummaged in a basket to pull out some clothes pegs to pin the cape up to dry. As she stretched up to reach the line, a flash of unfamiliar colour caught her eye from the path which George had made to reach the trees to be cut down. Frozen in her stretched-out state, she couldn't believe what she thought she had seen. Was she still dreaming that a woman of about her age, wearing a pale blue dress with a white pinafore over it, was sliding down that path, waving and calling out to her? Having spent many weeks now caring only what George saw of her, she felt the need to press her own apron flat with her hands, tidy a collar, and push back the loose bits of hair from her face. Another human being? Could it be so? "Hello," called this angel from heaven. "Hello, have you weathered the storm, my dear?" Hello," replied Sophia, wondering if she had lost the ability to speak while she slept. She stepped forward to meet a woman who was about her age, slightly more rounded, but about the same height as her. This welcome guest was not so much beautiful as striking, with strong features that gave the impression she would stand no nonsense. Her wavy brown hair appeared to be even less obedient than Sophia's. She put up a hand to push back the strands which had come loose from their ribbon. It looked like something she did often, almost unconsciously. "I'm Nancy," she said, and stuck out a hand to greet her new neighbour. "Well, technically, I'm Nancy Cornfields Lawton, but the cornfields thing is so confusing. I'm your neighbour. Well, not quite next door as we are used to such things, but next door here." And are my 2 boys to have a playmate soon? My goodness, I must stop talking and take a breath. I'm so excited to see another soul. I can hardly stop myself from dancing. At which she took Sophia by the shoulders and they spun round like 2 small girls in the playground, splashing each other with specks of mud from the wet ground. Sophia knew immediately that they would be the best of friends. Coming to a halt, she felt quite giddy from the twirling and from the sudden shift in her spirits. I'm Sophia, and my husband, George Mackay, is somewhere around. She cast a glance around to find him, but to no avail. But why haven't we seen you before? We've been here for months now. My twins are just 2 weeks old today, Benjamin and Edmund, so I haven't been away from my bed for a while, and they are such demanding wee boys. Just as I feed one, the other mews for more milk, though I'm still not sure I know which is which. It's all quite exhausting. But Edmund, that's my husband, passed by a while ago, but he chose not to disturb you. Today I just had to come and see if you had survived your first drenching. But I must go back soon or we'll hear their wailing from here. Oh, stay for some tea, please, pleaded Sophia, suddenly hungry for female company. Not today, my dear, said Nancy cheerfully, but come and see me tomorrow and meet Mr. Lawton and the terrible twins. Bring George too, she added as she turned and ran back up the hill. Where do we go? Called Sophia, wondering if perhaps Nancy was a mere apparition. Follow the stream up this path. You'll see the house soon enough. Bye for now. And with that, Nancy Cornfield's Lawton was gone over the brow of the hill. George was leaning on one of his new fence posts, watching the cattle steam gently in the late and unexpected sunshine, flicking their tails at the annoying flies all around them. Life was good. Tomorrow he could complete the walls of his new house. It would be a hard day, he suspected, but worth it. Suddenly he heard Sophia call out to him, George, come quick, you'll never guess. Whatever is the matter, dear? His concern for her well-being genuine. Perhaps the baby is coming, he thought. But no, she didn't seem to be in pain and would hardly likely to be skipping towards him in so sprightly a way had labour taken hold. We have neighbours! She was a bit breathless after all the excitement, so the words came out each time she gasped for breath. We have neighbours just up the river, and they have twin boys, and Nancy is my age, and they want us to go tomorrow, and she's just lovely, and I think we'll be friends. It took a while for all this information to sink into George's head. Relief helped to untie those knotted shoulder muscles, and he realised how much he had been worried about Sophia giving birth without some female help. This Nancy person was just what she needed. His silent prayers to the God that he hoped had followed them here had come to something after all. Tell me all about it while I get that fire going and you cook me some supper, he said, and off they went back to the camp, where much speculation was exchanged about their new-found friends. Sophia slept badly with her head full of what-ifs and maybes. She was up before the sun had risen over the horizon, and George woke to the crashing and banging of his wife looking through her chest of belongings. What are you doing? He muttered from underneath the blankets. The mornings were turning cooler, and it was harder and harder to make a start to the day. I need a present for Nancy. I'm looking for some blue ribbon. What can we take for Mr. Lawton? Her face all screwed up in a desire to make a good impression. Have you got some of your oatcakes we can take? You make the best ever, better than my own mother's, he said, feeling that flattery was one way to calm her down a bit. Oh, yes, I'll tie them with the ribbon. They are good, aren't they? And off she danced to get ready for this very important day. George had hardly put his spoon down in his empty bowl than it was taken from him for washing and putting away. Come on, let's tidy up quickly. Check the cattle are safe, and we can make a start, she said. George was a little reluctant to go and meet these folk. Apart from anything else, he had planned to use that ready-made mud today. By tomorrow it would be all drying out again, and he had got used to life with just the two of them, But he knew Sophia needed company, and, better than that, a friend to help her with those womanly things which were a mystery to him. So he would go cheerfully today and meet these kindred pioneers. They were both intrigued to find out their story and keen to tell their own. As it turned out, the four young people came together in a friendship that would last a lifetime. This day would be the first of many spent together, and that path up the hill became a well-beaten track. Laughter followed Nancy wherever she went, and though Edmund was of a sterner disposition, he and George had much in common. They had set off up the path, Sophia quickly at first, but slowing as the weight of her belly held her back. George was surprised he hadn't seen something of their neighbour's place while cutting wood, but as the swollen river took an unexpectedly tight turn, they found themselves in a flat and green clearing with yellow cliffs behind. A truly hidden place, thought George. But ever the practical one, he thought to himself that the light would go early here and the land not drain as well as their spot downstream. The Lawtons had, he observed, been here a while longer than he and Sophia, and had made good use of their time. Next to a fine tall tree stood a neat cob cottage, smoke rising from the chimney at one end. For a moment he thought he had landed back in a Scottish farmyard. Chickens scratched around the door. Nancy was untethering a fat cow after nearly filling the milking pail, and to Sophia's obvious delight, a collie lay on her side while 5 pups, suckled furiously at her teats. With a shriek of delight, Nancy saw them coming, and losing some of her precious milk, she almost dropped the pail as she ran to meet them. "You came!" she said, as she grabbed Sophia again and whirled her around. "And this must be George. You are lucky to have such a handsome man. My Edmund is a plain soul, but with a good heart." George had the decency to blush, though he managed to hide it under his hat until it became necessary to take it off for formal introductions. Edmund, having heard all the noise, appeared around the corner of the house and, with long strides, came over to shake their hands. Nancy had been right, Sophia thought. He's no beauty, but he's strong and tall, and that's what counts here. Leaving the men to talk of farming matters, Sophia and Nancy went off arm in arm towards the house. Sophia remembered her gift and then became embarrassed at its modesty when Nancy pointed out a woven basket containing 4 brown eggs, a cake wrapped in a cheerful cloth, and a small brown piece of sacking roughly sewn into a pillowcase. "I'll explain later," said Nancy mysteriously, and led Sophia into a makeshift nursery where 2 babes lay next to each other in a cot fashioned from a travel chest, like 2 peas in a pod, their little curled-up fists fighting with each other already. It felt odd to Sophia to be in a building with a roof, all echo and darker than the sunlight she had grown accustomed to, and the babies suddenly made her quite emotional. She swayed slightly in her dizziness, and Nancy caught her, saying, "Come outside, my dear, and sit a while." The rest of the day flew by in a whirl of findings out about each other. It seemed that the lack of company needed to be caught up on, all in one day, so words tumbled from each of them in turn. Over a lunch of potatoes freshly dug from the garden, salted ham and boiled onion, they discovered that their journeys had been similar in so many ways. Nancy and Edmund had started their married life in Devon in the southwest corner of England. Edmund, the second son of a sheep farmer on the moors, and Nancy, the eldest daughter of the village parson. Like George, Edmund had to leave home to carve a living, and Nancy had needed an escape from the drudgery of tending for her growing family. It seemed her mother produced sibling after sibling. Nancy couldn't quite remember all their names now, but escaping across the sea seemed like a fine way to avoid having to control her unruly brothers and sisters. They had both been assisted passengers, though Nancy and Edmund were Church of England folk and had been helped by the Plymouth Emigrant Society to sail from that famous port to Otago. They had arrived almost a year ago now. Their route to this hidden valley had been similar too. spending a day or two in the growing city of Dunedin while things got organised. Then they took the slow journey north, over 2 great hills to the little community, which the pioneers were calling Hawkesbury, the native name of this settlement being much too hard for the British Empire mouths to say. The small community had grown from a few shacks and tents to a solid community of small wooden houses and a main street of well-stocked shops and stores. The wooden church had been there long enough to need a fresh coat of paint. Edmund thought it would become a great town soon. Stocking up there with supplies and letting the cattle rest a while, they too had added a milking cow to their entourage and then headed north once more. Keeping to the coast wherever possible, they sometimes made good progress by travelling along the firm sand of huge sweeping bays, where the waves gently rolled ashore beside them. On occasion, they took a whole day to work their way inland around an estuary until they found the river mouth shallow enough for the cattle to pick their way across without too much lurching from side to side. But once they reached a very wide river with fast-flowing water too deep for the bullock dray to cross, they had both made the decision to head upstream, taking a course gently uphill and to the west. That river became easier to cross as it narrowed further, and though they had taken different crossing points, their journeys had both reached this same valley within 1 long day of travel from the coast. Edmund had at first been keen to stay at George and Sophia's site, but one day the intrepid Nancy had gone exploring and found this perfect hidden platform. They had dragged everything they owned up the bank and set up a permanent base there. Nancy had acquired some fertile eggs while they rested in Hawkesbury, and it had been a precarious journey for them as the cart lurched from side to side, but they had all hatched, and her flock of chickens began to multiply. And their cattle, in a similar way to George's, had turned to the start of their herd. The grass here seemed greener, so their milking cow was doing well. She already had a calf who cavorted around the pasture, being firmly put in place by her father on many occasions. All this good, fresh food had, as Nancy put it, made her productive too. So the twins had been conceived and duly arrived safely. She was used to the process of birth, having seen her mother through it many times, so it had all gone very smoothly, despite Edmund's trepidation. A month or so before the birth of the twins, Edmund had taken a trip back down the river and south along the coast to Hawkesbury. On this journey he had, to his great surprise, come across Sophia and George's little camp. But he had made an early start in darkness, so didn't want to disturb them. He thanked God for the dry ground, so that he had left no footsteps to concern them, but thought to himself that he would call and meet their new neighbours on his return in a few days. He had given Nancy the excuse that he needed supplies and would like to see if any letters had arrived from Devon. They had agreed that post would be held for them at the general stores in Hawkesbury, but he had no real expectations, as his family were not good with their words. Perhaps Nancy's family would feel it their duty to write, but he guessed it would not be with love. True though it was that he needed to make the journey, his main reason for going on this arduous trip on foot was to seek advice on the risks of childbirth. Once he had reached Hawkesbury, arranged a bed for the night, drawn a blank at the stores as regards any envelopes addressed to him or Nancy, and collected his supplies in a sack, which now hung heavy over his shoulder, he sought out the vicar's wife who was tidying the small wooden church. Edmund was impressed that the community had come together to build such an impressive church. Perhaps one day other people would join them in his valley, and they could worship together in such a building. Mrs. Atkins was only too happy to show him around. Though it was an awkward topic for a young man to broach, he had set off home not only with a heavy sack, but a lot more knowledge which stood him in good stead on the day of her labour. Thinking at the time that Nancy had given him a wonderful healthy son, and that was good, the second birth had come as a real surprise. But Nancy was capable and fit, and had taken it all in her stride, apart from the frustrating period of recovery, which she found hard to cope with as a girl who wanted to be up early and outside doing things until the sun set. On the journey home, He had happened upon a man raising a big stick to a poor, sickly-looking collie dog. Cruelty to an innocent creature was not acceptable to a young Christian man, especially one whose lifetime had been spent raising animals on a farm. So in a moment of outrage, he wrestled the stick away from the man as he raised it to beat the poor dog again. "Leave her alone," he shouted. "Take the damn cur," replied the shabby-looking man. "She's in pup and I plan to drown the lot of them today." Edmund pulled himself up to as tall as he could make himself and, waving the stick he had just acquired, he said, "Get out of here, you miserable man. You don't deserve a life here if you can't be good to animals." And with that he chased him down the road with that same stick. The man sloped away, secretly relieved to have the situation sorted out for him, albeit not in the way he had expected. So there was Edmund, alone on the road, with a poor-looking dog and a long stick. He was not sure which would be of the most usefulness. Using the stick as a staff, he set off home, wondering if the dog would follow. But looking round, she seemed to have raised herself up and was padding along a few feet behind him. Although each time he turned towards her, she cowered down in fear. In a moment of realization, he put the stick down on the ground, and she instantly came to him. She was a beauty, but in poor condition. Her deep brown eyes looked up at him with a look of thanks for being rescued. She was obviously a bright girl. Being a farm boy, he knew a pregnant animal when he saw one, and being certain that Nancy would relish the prospect of tending for puppies, he left the stick on the side of the road, got to his feet, and gave a gentle whistle. The dog walked along beside him all the way home. The journey took longer than expected due to the slow pace of the dog, so by the time he reached the valley it was dark. He scooped the tired dog into his arms and yet again crept past the neighbours sleeping peacefully in their shelter. Edmund thought to himself, "I'll help them put a roof on that house soon. They will need better shelter come winter." Nancy, of course, had lavished the poor dog with affection, named her Meg, and revelled in the appearance of 4 healthy pups, and, finally, a small runt of a dog, who nevertheless showed spirit and survived the night despite being beaten to his mother's milk by his fatter, stronger siblings. All 4 firstborn pups had the usual black and white colouring, but the last-born wee fellow had a third streak of rusty brown. He would never be a big dog, but he would certainly be handsome to the eye. So this wonderful first day, when 4 new friends had come together, continued with food and drink and conversation and comparing notes. Finally, with the sun, as George had predicted, dipping early behind the yellow cliffs, Sophia realised she was becoming very tired. "We should go home now," she said, "and you must come and see us very soon." "Ah, but wait, I nearly forgot what the canvas pillow was for." Nancy jumped to her feet. "Come and choose a puppy." "Oh, can I? Please!" exclaimed Sophia. "Oh, that would be wonderful. I so miss my dog from home." As it turned out, the puppy chose them. As George and Sophia stood over the box containing 5 balls of predominantly black and white fluff, the smallest boy with the brown streak crawled out from the pile and, on 4 unsteady paws, made his drunken way towards them. With one big yawn, Sophia was sold on him. "Can we have that one, please?" she asked, adding, "and I will call him Roy." "Are you sure, my dear? He's the runt of the litter," said the ever-practical Edmund. "Oh yes, I'm sure. Thank you," she said, picking the wee bundle up and giving him a cuddle, which was rewarded with puppy yelps and a lick of her fingers. "Hello, Roy," she said, and he replied in secret doggy words, "Hello, human. I like you." Agreeing that Sophia would come back as much as she could to see Roy until he no longer needed his mother's milk, and with much thanks for the basket of goods that George carried in the woven basket, it was a tired but happy couple that headed back down the hill. There was many a backward wave and calls of "See you soon" and "Thank you." Once they had lost sight of each other, Sophia fell quiet, deep in thoughts of her own. She perhaps should not have indulged so much on all that lovely fresh food, as her tummy was feeling quite uncomfortable. Never mind, she thought. I'll be fine after a good night's sleep. It was pitch dark as George checked the cattle, with the lantern swinging above his head to spread a little light into the paddock, and Sophia was already under the covers by the time he joined her in bed. It seemed barely a moment before George was snoring gently. But sleep seemed hard to come for Sophia tonight. She lay as still as she could so as not to disturb George, but things just kept on rolling around in her head and her belly. Some time before dawn, George awoke with a start to a low groan from his wife, who lay doubled up in pain beside him. Poor Sophia had a look of sheer terror on her tear-stained face. "Fetch Nancy!" she cried through bouts of pain. "The baby! It's coming!" So, for the second time in less than a day, George, abandoning all thoughts of finishing their house for another day, climbed the steep path to their neighbour's house to call upon their newfound friend to help bring his firstborn child into the world. Chapter 3. Growing Community. June to October 1850. Sophia found the rhythm of Freddie's sucking quite therapeutic. It gave her time to think, time to be spent in nothing but caring for her new son. Suck, suck, suck. The beat was like her father's metronome on top of the piano back at home in Scotland. She thought back over the past days and wondered how much could have been packed into so little time, with nothing other than a tiny human being to show for it. This thing seemed to take up every moment of her day and night, and even as he slept she would often just sit and watch him breathing gently in his makeshift cradle. Several days before the birth, when it was obvious to George that the baby would be here soon, he had made this cradle from a wooden crate, then mounted on wood cut into 2 semicircles, allowing it to be rocked gently side to side. Sophia had cut one of her precious blankets into smaller squares and fashioned one square into a mattress, which perfectly fitted the box. The other lay loosely on top. It was probably just as well that she felt the need to watch over Freddie in his cradle, as it gave her a reason to be still and quiet. Her body and soul needed time to heal too. It had not been an easy labour. Some of the stages of Freddie's birth were lost to her in delirium, but she remembered George leaving to fetch Nancy. Torn between needing him to be there and needing him to fetch help, she had begged him to take her with him. Reasoning that this was just not practical, George had made her as comfortable as possible and then, reluctantly, abandoned her to her contractions as they came ever more frequently. Time could not be measured while she lay down, or staggered helplessly around, or sunk to the ground in pain and fear. Nancy had come as quickly as it was possible for her to get there, followed later by Edmund carrying the twins, one under each arm. By the time he arrived, Nancy snatched the twins from him, putting them into the cradle that had been prepared for the new arrival, and shooed him out of the shelter. "Go and help George finish the house," she had scolded. "He needs to be kept busy." So it was that the gable ends of their new home were added, to the sound of groans and cries which made George's heart ache for his wife's well-being. At every sound he wanted to run into the shelter and take her in his arms and comfort her, but Edmund would not let him stop work. They had formed 2 triangles of cob, into which, while the mud was still wet, they set straight poles of wood cut to length to reach both ends, about a foot apart from each other. The thickest of these was used as the ridge pole. Once the mud had set, the poles formed a strong framework, onto which grasses, leaves, and small branches could be laid in a form of rudimentary thatch. George had learned this design from the crofters' cottages next to the sea in Scotland, and knew it to be strong and capable of withstanding rain and wind. Thankfully for Edmund, the gathering of this foliage took George out of earshot of their camp. Sophia's screams first became louder and then ominously quiet as exhaustion overtook her. But as they returned from their foraging with arms full of suitable material, they were at first concerned that things were a little too quiet. George dropped all that he carried and set off at speed towards the camp. But just as he reached the stream, the silence was broken by a sharp smack and a baby's hearty cry. Nancy emerged briefly from under the canvas, looking slightly dishevelled, but would not allow anyone else to enter for, what seemed to George, many hours. "You are going to need that house finished for your son," she hissed at George. In shock, he turned back to his work, taking a while to realise that she had said, "son." He had a son. Sophia did not remember much about the process of childbirth, but bits and pieces had come back to her mind over the last few days. She had been forced by Nancy to attempt to feed the wee boy, a painful and embarrassing experience at first. She, like most mothers, had found it came quite naturally in time. Where sleep had evaded her before the birth, it seemed to be all that she desired now. Sleep became the norm, and wakefulness just brief periods of activity in between. She did remember George's first meeting with his son. Nancy had tidied everything up and wrapped the baby tightly in a cloth. She had even tidied Sophia's hair, although every single hair seemed to hurt as it was brushed. George had been summoned, and, after initial concern for Sophia's health, Nancy handed him the tiny bundle. Tiny indeed in George's huge hands, but their eyes met, and that father-son bond was there at once, never to be broken. "We will call him Frederick George Mackay," said Sophia in a weak and tearful voice. "Maybe Freddie while he's small." "Hello, Freddie," whispered George. "Your mother's a clever person, isn't she?" If Freddie could have said yes, he would have replied, and George was certain that he did nod in affirmation. Edmund had been handed the twins to hold while the rightful owner of the cradle had taken up residence, and Nancy had taken the opportunity to go quietly behind the cart and give her boys the feed for which they had been begging for a while now. Coming back under the canvas roof, Nancy had ordered, "Enough! Get out and leave your new family to their sleep." That had all been 2 weeks ago now. Today was the day that she and Freddie were moving into their new house. George and Edmund had completed the roof, fixed some sacking at the windows and formed a door, attached by leather hinges so that it swung to and fro unless the wooden latch was set against the frame. They had been moving furniture and setting a fire this morning already, and the winter sun was barely risen. George had been pleased to find a patch of bracken, similar to that which covered the hillsides in Scotland. He knew these fern-shaped leaves made a warm and sweet-smelling floor covering, and had proudly covered the entire earth floor with a thick, fresh layer. Nancy had returned home with the twins several days ago, leaving Edmund to come and go each day to help George. But today she would be joining them to celebrate their housewarming. Sophia was feeling strong enough to stand while they removed the bed and mattress, and finally Freddie's little cradle was carried across with him in it. Nancy took her arm and guided her gently outside. She stood and surveyed her new home with a critical eye. "It will do," she said to George. "It will do." All of a sudden, he whisked her into his arms and carried her laughing over the threshold. They whirled around so that she could see first the door, then the little windows, next the fireplace with the wood burning bright, the bed set in a corner with Freddie's cot beside it, and finally the table, on which was a pot filled with twigs and grasses of browns and greens, Nancy's gift to warm the house. With her emotions still in turmoil from the birth, suddenly overcome by all that had happened, Sophia stood in her new home and sobbed, with huge gulps and tears pouring down her cheeks. Nancy had warned George that this day would be emotional for a new mother, so he simply took her by the shoulder and guided her gently to the bed. "Rest a while. Freddie is asleep, and all your organising here can wait a little longer," he whispered to his wife. He doubted she heard the last few words, as she was almost immediately asleep, in their bed, in their home. He was immensely proud of himself. Looking back, George and Sophia always felt like their new life began properly that day. The act of creating a permanent home and filling it with their meagre possessions and furniture made from things found around them was really important to them. It felt to Sophia like the beginning of family life. Her health improved with a warm fire and good shelter, and her spirits soared with, at last, the chance to build a routine of daily chores. She had always been busy with supporting her mother and her siblings and had felt frustrated at not having a proper home to run. So she relished the preparing and cooking of meals, the sweeping of floors, the making and mending of clothes and furnishings, and all the daily tasks that ensured the smooth running of their lives. Much to George's surprise, with a lift in spirits, Sophia rediscovered her singing voice. Back home, music had filled the house. Sophia's father was always humming a tune or sitting at his precious piano. Her mother would sing as she worked, and Sophia now found she was doing the same. She sang quietly to Freddie to send him to sleep, hummed the same tunes to herself as she swept, or sang out loud to Roy, who looked up at her with adoring puppy eyes, as if he understood every word. Roy had joined the family on the day they moved into the house, having been carried down to them by Edmund and Nancy, along with the twins. He had found it all quite frightening. Where was he going? And why were his mother and brothers not coming too? But he was a brave puppy and had taken everything in his stride, especially when he met his favourite human again. Sophia tickled him under the chin. He loved that. George had made a small shelter attached to the house for him to sleep in. He was growing so fast that the small sacking bed that Nancy had stitched for him was far too small now, but he still tried to curl up into a tiny ball on top of it because it smelt just right for a tiny lonely pup. Winter nights were very cold. Roy sometimes shivered in his kennel and missed the warmth of his mother, and George and Sophia shivered too, until they were wrapped around each other under all the blankets they possessed. Freddie was wrapped up in his cradle, but even his little breaths turned to mist in the cold air. But the climate was so different from the dreary Scottish winters, where the sun would not be seen between November and March. Cold though the nights could be, the sun would often give the benefit of a bright day, and enough warmth for Freddie to be placed outdoors for an hour or two between feeds. Just occasionally, they would all wake up to the sound of heavy rain on the roof. As the day progressed, raindrops would turn to huge wet snowflakes, and every surface would be covered by a fresh white layer by the end of the day. On days like that, it seemed indulgent to spend an idle day indoors, but not much could be done without making a slushy mess everywhere anyway. Sophia would catch up on some sewing repairs, and George would sit at the table cleaning his knives and tools. Freddie gurgled in his cot and practiced grabbing things with his chubby fingers, and Roy would put his nose to the door to see if Sophia would let him in to sit near the fire for a while. The answer was always a stern "No, Roy," but there was no harm in trying again. One day she would give way, perhaps. And winter seemed to pass quite quickly here. George made a note in his diary when he saw the first new bud on a tree by the river, and the day the ice on the edges of the river melted for good. All these things he thought he should remember, as he had no rules by which to plant seeds or dig soil, or all those things he had taken for granted back in Scotland. By late September, they all felt like spring had arrived, and life was spent almost entirely outdoors. Bedding could be aired and flooring replaced with the fresh growth from the bracken by the river. George toiled for several days to dig a patch of ground for planting vegetables. Potatoes were dug in and beans planted once it seemed the danger of heavy frost had passed. Roy now spent all day at heel to his master. George taught him how to walk alongside and how to run ahead to flush out the odd duck. He wasn't quite big enough yet to catch fowl, but he knew he wanted to try his hand at it one day soon. He was a bit scared of the water, which was cold and sometimes covered his head, but he enjoyed a good shake afterwards, with water flying from his nose first right down to the tip of his tail. It seemed that other people were emerging into the spring too. Not only did they see Nancy and Edmund and the twins every few days, but they now became aware of more people nearby. Smoke rose from several spots further down the river, or on the other side of the bigger river they had crossed to get there. Once or twice they caught sight of people crossing the river on horseback or with a cart. But it was an unusual day if these people came near to their spot by the river. One day, just as they had heard on their journey, the sound of 2 horses approaching fast made George look up from his gardening. "You've made a home here, I see," called Thomas, the older of the 2 brothers they had met once before. "And doing well by the look of things. Do you remember meeting me, Thomas Bayliss, and my brother, Simon?" "Indeed," said George, feeling once more that he didn't quite trust these 2 young men. "Welcome. Come and share a mug of tea." He pointed to the door of his house. "Come on in and see my wife again and meet my new son." Thomas and Simon looped the reins of their horses onto the fence under a tree and followed George indoors. "Sophia, do you remember meeting Thomas and Simon on our journey? They would like tea. If you could put the kettle on the stove, my dear." George ushered the men inside, both having to stoop to enter the room. "Good day to you, Mum, and thank you for your hospitality," said Thomas. "You've made a lovely home here." "Welcome to you both. We are not so used to visitors, but pleased to see some nonetheless," said Sophia, sharing her husband's reticence with their guests. Over a mug of tea and a plate of oatcakes, George and Sophia heard news from Thomas of the growing number of people taking up residence in the area. It seemed they travelled widely and had got to know everyone. It came as a surprise to Sophia that they were actually part of a growing community of like-minded folk. It occurred to her that they should try to bring everyone together. It would be good for Freddie and the twins to have friends to play with as they grew up. And everyone occasionally yearns for company, especially when halfway around the world from home. Thomas was obviously the dominant brother. Simon hardly spoke, except for gruff thanks when handed his mug. Thomas told them about the couple who were building a small church across the big river. Would they be interested in attending services, he had asked them. Sophia thought that they very likely would, but she didn't feel she wanted to commit to anything in front of these 2. "We will think about it, thank you," she said. "But with a new baby and so much to do, we can't promise." George nodded in approval. "Well," said Thomas, getting up from the bench and nodding his thanks to Sophia. "Come, Simon, we must leave these good folk to their chores and get going. We have sheep to sell. They are the future here. They can cope with the terrain and have ample in the way of food." With a rattle of hooves they were gone, and Sophia and George were left to consider all they had heard. "I would like to go to church again, George," said Sophia. "And it is nice to have neighbours. Freddie will have some friends. We may even need a school soon." "Yes, I agree," said George. "Let's try to go on Sunday. We can carry Freddie that far." Turning back to their chores, Sophia spent the afternoon thinking of church and who she might meet in the congregation. George's mind was full of new ideas. Sheep, perhaps. He quite liked sheep. He had done some shearing with those strange oversized scissors which nicked the skin all too easily, and he liked the idea of having 2 crops from one beast in the form of wool and meat. But it was the horses that occupied his mind. Those 2 men could travel around the area so easily on horseback, whereas he and Edmund had to walk carrying heavy sacks. He needed a horse. The following day, the conversation continued with Nancy and Edmund. They had been just as intrigued as Sophia and George to hear that they were part of a growing community. Nancy, who had grown up with church services as part of her everyday life, was keen to get back to regular church going. It was agreed that they would all make the journey on the following Sunday. Nancy and Sophia, concerned that they had something to wear that could be considered Sunday best, went indoors to look through bonnets and ribbons and hems needing attention with a needle and thread. Edmund and George's attention turned not to what to wear on Sunday, but how best to travel. "If only we had horses," said George. Memories of the two visitors not far from the surface of his mind. Edmund, being a West Country boy, was used to horses being the preferred method of transport across the moors and the valleys of his Devon home. George was more used to the short, rugged ponies, used for hauling and carrying around the glens of his native Scotland, where horses were rarely ridden. More often they would pull a cart, or carry items in panniers aside the saddle. George had never really mastered horsemanship, but was prepared to give it a try. Edmund, on the other hand, had been in the saddle from a very early age and relished the idea of sitting astride a horse again. They talked of what they could do, how far they could travel, and how much help it would be. They even talked of the girls sitting aside them in the saddle and teaching the children to ride too. It all came down to approaching the Bayliss boys. Edmund had met them too, and didn't feel the same reticence that seemed to have affected Sophia and George. Edmund was keen to approach them and thought they would know where to purchase a couple of good horses. On the following Sunday morning, it was a positive cavalcade that approached the bare bones of what was obviously going to be a chapel once the building work was completed. Although there was to be a small tower at one end, a bell rescued from a ship that had been wrecked near Port Chalmers had been rigged up to swing on a wooden frame, and two small boys were pushing and shoving it one side to the other until it chimed unevenly as a call to prayer. George carried Freddie. Sophia and Nancy helped each other along, holding hems in the air to avoid too much mud and water attacking their best dresses, and Edmund took up the rear, carrying Ben and little Ed, one under each arm in a most undignified way. Progress had been slow, and rests taken several times along the way to readjust babies in hand and to give Sophia a chance to catch her breath. But it was a happy group who was seen by the small congregation approaching the site of their chapel that morning. Women ran forward to relieve George and Edmund of their bundles and coo over the babies wrapped up therein. Introductions were made, although Sophia felt she would never remember all those names and was struggling to understand some of the accents. People had gathered, it seemed, from all over their home country. Welsh folk with a lilting tone, other Scots both harsh and soft, indicating the east or west coasts of the country. Northern voices were familiar from her early years, and the Devon or Cornwall burr she now understood, having spent so much time with Nancy, though she couldn't quite tell which county was which. All this time the bell was ringing in a persistent, if not tuneful way, making conversation difficult. But it changed now to a single tolling sound, indicating it was time to enter the church. People who were used to this process streamed through the door, though it was not a door yet, just a gap in the walls. Benches had been set out in the manner of pews on the bare ground, and an altar covered in a white cloth sat in the usual place at the front. There being no roof, their songs and prayers reached the heavens all the sooner, and the young man of the cloth took advantage of the open sky to use the heavens above as the theme for his sermon. As he said, heaven is all around us, in our everyday comings and goings. It is not just available on Sundays. Sophia liked him immediately and sat transfixed at his words. Despite her Presbyterian upbringing, she had always felt that God lived in the trees and the fields and the rivers and the stars as much as he did at church on Sundays. The hymns, sung so tunefully by the Welsh contingent, were familiar to them all, and though the words of the service were not quite what she and George had been used to reciting each week, they were uplifting and inspiring. They all felt better for being there and sharing the experience with other people. As the service ended, and the vicar swept out through the gap where a door would soon be placed, the congregation took turns to follow him and shake his hand. In the same way it happened in many places of worship around the world. People lingered and chatted and got to know each other in the churchyard. even though this yard was yet to be formally accepted as a place where people could be buried or couples married or children christened. Sophia and Nancy were keen to corner the vicar and pick his brains over a date to have their babies christened. What fun it would be to do all three at once, Nancy had said in her usual matter-of-fact way. In the meantime, Edmund had spotted the Bayliss brothers standing to one side, talking to a rough-looking chap with a young dog at his side. This gentleman had obviously not attended the service, and looked like he rarely thought of godly matters at all. He stood tall, his red hair and head well above those of Thomas and Simon. As the men approached this unlikely trio, they overheard talk of sheep, so it seemed this huge man was a shepherd, hence the dog at his side. "Thomas, Simon, we wanted to ask you something," said Edmund. "What can we do for you, Edmund?" replied Thomas. "Oh, hello, George. How's that lovely wife of yours? Can we introduce you to James Mackenzie here? He's used to working with sheep and is looking for work." James nodded and muttered a greeting, which George understood to be in Gaelic, but left Edmund looking slightly bemused. It was a language that George was used to hearing from older folk in his home village. He understood what people said, but found it hard to turn his mouth into the right shapes to make the awkward words. However, out of politeness, he attempted a reply. "Mathen va," he mouthed uncertainly. James, his head on one side, acknowledged the attempt at greeting him in his own tongue with a wide smile. Most people he had met on his travels were confused by his language and rudely continued in their own words or ignored him completely. There was something about this fellow Scot that made James think they had some future together. Edmund, who had not entirely understood what had just passed, was keen to pursue the idea of purchasing horses. "Thomas, can you find a couple of decent horses for George and me? We have a little money, but we don't know who to approach for an honest deal." It was Simon who answered to Edmund's surprise. "I know a man who has a couple of nice geldings, just right for you softies to try." Edmund and George would have been offended by this if they hadn't been distracted by Simon issuing more words than they'd ever heard him speak before. "Cost you, though," said Thomas, picking up from his brother's words. "If you give me £60, I'll choose a good pair and bring them to you." George looked across at Edmund. They had put £20 each on one side for a horse. "Would you take 50? Asked Edmund, before George could stop him. George was quickly counting up the coins in his precious leather pouch and wondering what they would have to miss out on if he spent that much. "That seems fair," said Thomas, leaving George thinking they could have driven him down to their original budget, but too late now. Thomas and Edmund were shaking hands on the deal, and George followed suit reluctantly. "We will be back next Sunday with your new rides," said Thomas. "Ask your wife to put that kettle on again, maybe." It seemed to George that he was always irritated by these brothers. How dare Thomas give him the impression he wanted to flirt with Sophia? But then, if they could get some decent horses, he supposed it was worth putting up with them both. While the boys were negotiating their deal with the Bayliss brothers, Nancy and Sophia had finished organising christening services. A date had been set. All they had to do now was arrange godparents, and perhaps do some sewing for christening robes. They chatted amiably as they walked across to their husbands. "Who's that with George and Edmund and those bad Bayliss boys?" asked Nancy. Sophia looked up to see the red-haired stranger standing tall and looking their way. Their eyes met over the heads of the other men, and without knowing quite why, Sophia shivered slightly. A young short-haired collie dog, more black than white, came over to meet them, but when Sophia put her hand out to greet the dog, the stranger called in a thick Scottish accent, "De hune truit!" and the dog obediently returned to her owner, sitting smartly at his left-hand side. Sophia and Nancy were introduced to James and given a chance to pat the collie, who gave the impression that she didn't care a jot for such comforts. Sophia had learned a few words of Gaelic at school, and she knew that the dog was called Friday, and she thought he had used the command for come. She could understand James's words if she concentrated hard, and she tried to reply as best she could. James, who appeared to be a serious fellow with a stern look, had a face that changed swiftly if he smiled. Sophia's attempts at saying good morning in his mother tongue certainly made him smile. "Ye can speak to me in English if ye wish," said James in his best English accent. Sophia laughed because Nancy was standing with her head on one side, trying her hardest to understand a single word that James had spoken. It was hard for everyone to tear themselves away from their newfound community, but in the end all 3 babies started crying at once, and the new mothers knew it was time to take them home. The vicar, his wife, and several other members of the congregation waved from the churchyard until the party became mere specks on the far bank of the river. Reverend Job Nichol was pleased with himself. New members of his flock were always good, but new members who had offered to help complete the building of the church were even better. The Bayliss boys, pleased with the deal they had struck, rode off with a flurry, leaving James and Friday alone to seek out a friendly face who would give them both a feed and maybe a bed for the night. True to their word, Thomas and Simon came riding up to George and Edmund one afternoon, leading 2 bay geldings by bridle and a rope attached to each. As it happened, Sophia had taken Freddie and Roy up to see Nancy and the twins, so the men were all alone. It fell to George to put the kettle on after all. He suspected the Bayliss boys would have preferred a tot of something stronger, but knew better than to request it of God-fearing folk. "We managed to buy them with saddles, so there's £3 extra to pay," said the surly Simon. Edmund and George had no choice but to pay up, and considered they'd done quite well out of the deal after all. The horses looked good, taller than George had hoped for, and maybe a little bit scary. "But we must be gone soon," said Thomas. "We have sheep to tend. We have picked up another 150 head from a man who was driving them south. Just as we did, he has travelled from Australia, but came ashore further north and walked them down the length of this island. A different breed from those that we brought over, but they are hardy stock and look in good shape. Would you care for a few each?" George could see its savings dwindling at the hands of these 2 rogues, but there seemed no harm in adding to his stock. Edmund, as ever enthusiastic about any new venture, was already sealing a deal. They settled on 20 each for starters, at a guinea a head, with more if it worked well for them. Thomas thought some were ewes in lamb, so they may get a bonus package, as he called it. The following morning, the Bayliss boys appeared again, this time on foot, driving 40 sheep before them with the help of James Mackenzie and his dog Friday. When it became obvious that neither Edmund nor George had much idea about rounding up and separating 20 sheep each, it was James who whistled Friday into action, and in no time at all, Edmund's chosen score were ready to be driven on up the valley. George, being very grateful for James's help, suggested that he stay for a meal. Sophia was more than happy to stretch their boiled fish and potatoes out to feed an extra person, and Roy shared his bones and oatmeal happily with Friday. She smelt nice, like his mother. The canvas sheet of their old shelter was still in place, and this was offered to James and Friday for a night's sleep afterwards. Conversation was somewhat stilted, although Sophia thought James understood more English than he gave away. It was perhaps just that he spent much of his time alone, so had lost the art of talking out loud. In the years to follow, this day would be noted as the day that sheep came to the area. In time, George's flock thrived and grew. Edmund's too did well, with twin lambs being born aplenty. So it was that the Lawtons and the Mackays became sheep farmers. Chapter 4. Life Goes On. November 1850 to November 1852. The day of the christening was often seen by those early pioneers as the day they turned into a community rather than just a collection of small families and individuals. To begin with, it was Benjamin Enoch and Edmund Noah Lawton, and Frederick George Mackay, who would be accepted into God's family. But the Reverend Nicol had been out and about drumming up support for his growing flock, and by the time the day arrived, he had 6 infants and 2 adults ready to take holy water from the font upon their foreheads. Of course, this involved so many family members and neighbours that the tiny wooden church, which had only acquired a roof in the last few days, was just not going to be big enough to fit them all in. So a makeshift font had been created from a cracked enamel bowl supported on a wooden tripod stand, and the whole party assembled around it in the churchyard. Thankfully, the early summer sun shone brightly, and the wind, which had been blustery for days, fell calm. Buds had burst into new leaf on the trees around the clearing, and the banks of the stream were edged with white and yellow flowers. It was a pretty sight, made even more beautiful by the whole community being decked out in their Sunday best. There were even a couple of parasols nodding in the sunshine over delicate baby skins. Aware that 8 christenings would take a time of itself, Reverend Nicol had kept the words as short as could be rightfully achieved, and had rattled through the adult ceremonies with ease. No handing round of babies or anticipated tears in these cases. So 2 young men who had met good Christian girls on the journey around the world were welcomed into the church, albeit somewhat reluctantly. Neither of these 2 men had grown up in church-going homes, but they both believed it was good to do what they had been told by their new partners. And, as the girls had told them, they would not be happy marrying a heathen, so the wedding depended on this step first. Then it came to the infants, the twins being first on the agenda. George and Sophia were to be godparents, so Freddie was handed to Clara Nicol, the vicar's wife, who cooed and fussed over him while the boys were being made ready. As it was to be in the rest of their lives, Benjamin Enoch Lawton made all the noise, while his younger brother, by 10 minutes, Edmund Noah, blinked as the water dripped into his eyes but made not a sound. And then, with much handing round of children, George and Sophia offered Frederick George to their new vicar, and were duly thrilled when he cried loudly in surprise when the water hit his little face. This was surely a sign of the devil being called away. In a strange mixture of pagan and church ritual, a crying baby at a christening was taken to be a good sign of life to come. 3 more babies, all of whom had been born since their recent arrival in this land, were given up by their parents to be baptized, and 3 more hearty yells issued forth. Such good luck these children were to have if the legend held true. The ladies of this small community had been planning the ensuing party for many days, and had put together a feast fit for kings. Resources had been shared amongst them. Those with plenty of eggs had passed some round, those with fresh flour had given freely to others. Someone had been preparing a keg of beer which, though rather yeasty in taste, was enjoyed by all the men. Wetting the babies' heads, they had said as they raised their mugs to each other. As the day came to an end, in the twilight songs were sung, fiddles played, and dancing began. The mothers of those baptized today were keen to take their babies home, so numbers dwindled to those hard-earned older folk who watched over the young people left to rouse away their time. Social events had been scarce in recent times for them all, something that had been missing from their home villages, and advantage was taken of the opportunity to meet anew or to renew recent meetings. It was said that at least 3 future marriages had their seeds set at that event. It was a tired group who made their way across the river as stars began to rise above them. George had been hard at work changing the shafts of his cart to accommodate a single horse instead of 2 bullocks, and he was pleased that it seemed to make a comfortable ride for his family and friends. The new horse, which Sophia had named Star in honour of the white mark above his nose, was doing quite well considering training it to work as a pulling animal was only just beginning. So George sat at the reins with Sophia next to him, while Nancy balanced somewhat precariously behind them, putting a hand out to steady the 3 cots which housed babies Ben, little Ed, and Freddie. Edmund trotted alongside on his new mount, Prince. Sophia and Nancy exchanged an odd word, congratulating each other on the sewing of the christening gowns, mentioning the audacity of the younger people's dancing, recognising the good job the vicar had made of the service. All in all, they were far too tired for much more than silence and the rocking to and fro as Star picked his way along the track, which had now begun to form across the river. At the Mackays' house, Edmund dismounted, and, after a tired good night to their friends, he and Nancy carried on up to their camp, leading the horse and carrying a baby each. In the darkness, Nancy wasn't sure if she carried Ben or little Ed, but she didn't much care as long as they got home soon. James Mackenzie had been watching the day's celebration from his favourite spot beneath a tree upon which yellow flowers had begun to appear. Insects swarmed to the nectar held inside each bloom, and Friday irritably snapped at each one who dared come near her face. James did not feel the need to join the party, and was more than content to be a mere observer. He watched the service, hummed along to one of the hymns which had a familiar tune, and then helped himself to a cold supper stored in his leather bag. Friday enjoyed the hard crusts of both cheese and bread, and fell asleep next to her beloved master. James sat down next to her and propped himself against the tree. He was all set up for a nap, when two young girls, about 15 or so he suspected, came up to him and went to drag him down to join the dancing. "Nay, bonny lasses, I doona dance. Get on with ye," he said in his thick accent, scaring the girls into retreat, giggling about the mad stranger as they went back to join the revelry. Solitude was no stranger to James Mackenzie. His whole life had been lived on the edge of the community, an observer rather than a participant in everyday life. His mother had given birth to him in a cold stone cottage, aided only by an old woman who had taken pity on the poor, heavily pregnant girl begging for food that day at her door. She had offered the girl a hot supper and a bed for the night, little realising that she would have 2 guests by the morning. James's mother, Annie, ashamed at her present state, which had been brought upon by the unwanted affections of the laird's son on the night before he left for India to rejoin his regiment, was only too glad to accept the stranger's shelter. In many ways, luck had fallen her way that night, as the owner of the house she had stumbled across was an able nurse, and the birth of a strapping son was dealt with efficiently, if not with any great love. Annie could neither read nor write, so when asked for details to enter on James's birth certificate, she muttered the surname of the supposed father as James Mackenzie. But the English registrar had written James Mackenzie, deceased, out of kindness and to avoid the shame of illegitimacy. Her mark had been made by a cross, without realising the subtle change of details. Carrying her babe in arms, Annie had eventually been taken in as a housemaid at an estate on the Scottish borders where James grew up to be a strong, healthy child who spent his days exploring the world around him and learning as he went. More comfortable with adult company than children of his own age, his peers thought he was strange, even frightening, and it was left to the estate manager to befriend this solitary boy. So James learned about husbandry, especially about sheep and the management of dogs. He grew to love dogs more than his fellow man, and it became clear that he had a real talent for training the working collies who drove sheep from one farm to another, or from farm to market. Farmers were willing to pay for the services of a man who could take their large flocks of sheep from one place to another efficiently, and so James started to earn a good wage droving in and around the Scottish borders. In the winter of 1843, when James was in his late teens, his mother, who had never been in good health, fell victim to the influenza epidemic, which spread through the area like wildfire. Once he had put his mother in a grave at the local church and paid for an ornate headstone to be erected in due course, James had no reason to stay in the area. He took a commission to drive a large flock of sheep down the east coast of England to the flat lands of East Anglia. Having safely delivered his wards to King's Lynn, he found he could get work easily in this predominantly agricultural region. So many of the local agricultural labourers had seen the chance to make a fortune in the industrial cities, making textiles or milling grain. This left a shortage of people keen to work on the land. James could pick and choose his jobs and was well paid for his skills. However, he soon became restless with the flat lands around him. He yearned for the hills of his youth and the fast-flowing rivers where it took a skill to catch a fish. He happened one day to be in the coastal port of Ipswich, where the sailors who gathered in the taverns by the quay were full of tales of opportunity across the sea, where rolling hills and big rivers made for good living and perhaps a chance to find gold in those rivers or gemstones in the ground. A spark ignited in James's mind. Within a month, he had travelled down the coast in a barge carrying bales of wool and bought himself a passage on a ship leaving the port of London and heading for Brisbane, Australia. On board were many like-minded young men who sought fame and fortune in this promised land. Most were of good character like James, but a few were obvious rogues escaping their past by taking a trip halfway around the globe. James had never lost his strong Scottish accent, and though he spoke English, he preferred to use his mother tongue of Gaelic. As a consequence, he travelled on his own in the main, with little interaction with his fellow pioneers. And that was just as he wanted it to be. Arriving in the bustling port of Brisbane in June 1844 was an entirely new experience for James. A true frontier town. He found himself surrounded by all corners of humanity, all seeking a new life as an escape or as a chance to make money, or, in the case of many of his fellow travellers, a little bit of both. Most of them were set on heading straight for the goldfields. But James, somewhat to his surprise, found himself among sheep again. A thriving industry in wool existed up in the hills and downs, inland from Brisbane, and James found work easily, bringing sheep in their hundreds from their hill station homes back to the port to be loaded onto ships for export to other coastal parts of Australia and to New Zealand. He had enough money to buy a good pair of dogs and soon held a reputation for his swift and efficient services as a drover. His leather purse filled fast with promissory notes for the Bank of Brisbane, and as he lived frugally within his means, he became a reasonably wealthy man. Having time to kill in Brisbane after one of his drives down from the hills, he headed for a quayside tavern to quench his thirst. In the gloomy interior, he was surprised to hear his name called from across the room. "James Mackenzie, is that you?" asked a voice of a person he couldn't quite see, but who sounded familiar. The owner of the voice lifted the table candle to reveal Thomas Bayliss, a fellow traveller from England. James could see his younger brother Simon at the table too. "Join us, please, James," said Thomas. "We're discussing our next move." As James took his seat and ordered a beer, Thomas saw his bulging leather pouch and wondered if James would be interested in joining them in their new venture. "We are thinking of heading to New Zealand, where the climate is kinder and there's nothing that wriggles or bites, so they say," said Thomas. James smiled. He had had his fair share of snakes frightening the stock. He had even lost one of his precious dogs to a snake bite. So a land where they didn't exist sounded like a thing worth pursuing. He could take his young dog Friday with him. She showed great promise and would love to be somewhere new. So it came to be that James, Thomas, and Simon boarded a ship leaving Moreton Bay for Bluff in November 1847, accompanied by their fellow adventurers, 1,000 sheep, 10 horses, and a handful of dogs. The plan was that the sheep would be driven north with the use of horses and dogs. Along the way, they would be sold in 10s and 20s to the new pioneer families who had started to settle in the southern part of the island. Though Thomas had been determined to find ways to empty James's pouch of its coins, James had been frugal to the point of miserliness. Nevertheless, Thomas and Simon were glad to keep company with James, who had much more expertise in driving sheep through difficult terrain than either of the Bayliss boys. Expecting to find green swathes of grass and gentle hills like those back home, it had come as a shock to them all that they had to drive their flock through thick undergrowth and across wide rivers which ran with deep trenches between slippery gravel banks. In many places, it required trip after trip to bring a handful of sheep across a river each time, leaving half the dogs behind to keep the flock from splitting up. Progress had been painfully slow, and those who Thomas hoped would be customers were reluctant to spend their limited resources on sheep that had lost weight and condition along their strenuous journey. The Bayliss brothers began to be frustrated with a lack of income, all the while resenting James's apparently endless fortune. The brothers took off quite regularly to seek out other opportunities. James was never sorry to see them go. He was perfectly capable of doing the job alone, and he suspected he would have more success in selling the stock without them. People seemed to be suspicious of those boys somehow. However, the brothers had a knack of making an appearance just as the money was about to change hands, just to ensure they got their cut too. By the time the three men reached the valley where George and Sophia had settled, they had sold all their sheep. Friday had done well and was now the best working dog James had ever owned by far. Life was good for James, and perhaps it was time for him to put down some roots. Looking back, he had been on the move for a good part of his adult life. Time to settle down. He doubted that the Bayliss boys would be around for long, though. They had plans to explore territory inland, where they believed there to be a chance for fame and fortune. Sophia had written to her parents to tell them they had a grandson. She tried hard to tell them a little bit about life, but it was hard to put in terms that they may understand. Things were so different from her childhood home. She mentioned the weather and some of the plants and trees and birds she had seen, but how much they could understand she was not so sure. The envelope, sealed with a red ribbon, had been handed to Clara Nichol, who was to accompany her husband to Hawkesbury on his regular meeting with the vicar there. Mrs. Nichol deposited the letter at the post office, and, some days later, it began its journey back to Scotland. News reached Mr. and Mrs. Morling in Scotland one autumn morning with the arrival of the postboy. It caused much excitement for the family and for Sophia's former neighbours. The letter, apart from news of Freddie's safe arrival and some notes regarding flora and fauna, mentioned also the building of a church where the new community sang their hymns. Wanting to mark the arrival of his first grandson, Albert Morling hatched a plan. On his next trip to Inverness, he put it into action. Shortly after a Christmas celebrated in their new community with unaccompanied singing of carols, a horse and cart was heard approaching. Looking up from his preparation of next week's sermon, Reverend Nichol could see that it was being driven by the Hawkesbury postmaster, and the cart contained a large crate roped down at a precarious angle. Jumping down from his seat, the postmaster asked, "Could you direct me to the Mackay household, please, Reverend?" "I can indeed, but you will find it hard to deliver your parcel to their door, as you will need to cross the river," replied Reverend Nichol. "I doubt your package will survive the journey." "Can I leave it here then, sir? I need to get back to Hawkesbury before dark," said the man. A few other village folk had heard the commotion and had come out to see what had occurred. They now joined together to lift the heavy load onto the ground. In the middle of this hurly-burly, Sophia and Nancy appeared, having set out together to deliver some fresh bread to the elderly Mrs. Franks, who had taken a turn for the worse the day before. "Sophia, this is for you, my dear," said the vicar, as the horse and cart trotted away, leaving the package in the middle of the road. "Whatever is it?" said Sophia, as she and Nancy rushed across to read the words on the large label stuck to the outside of the packaging. "To Mrs. Sophia Mackay, Hawkesbury, via Port Chalmers, New Zealand, to be shared with her local church as a blessing for our new grandson Frederick." Nancy read it out loud. It wasn't long before the wrappings were removed to reveal a wooden pedal organ. Carried carefully inside the church by 4 strong men and a gaggle of followers offering advice, it took no time at all to put it in place behind the wooden pulpit from which Reverend Nickel issued his sermons. It was a tight squeeze, and the Reverend Nickel made a mental note that he needed to extend the building soon. Sophia was the only person able to play, so it was she who sat on the bench seat, though her feet could hardly reach the floor. She lifted the lid off the keys, stretched her feet out to pedal the foot paddles, and began with a simple hymn tune. Music filled the small church, and those people who had crowded in behind the organ were moved to silence. Wiping a tear from her eye, Clara Nickel declared it to be a miracle and a gift from God. "Wasn't it a gift from your parents?" whispered Nancy to Sophia, and the pair fell into a fit of giggles, which ended in tears of mirth as well as emotion. The following Sunday service was the busiest Reverend Nickel had seen for a while. People came from near and far to hear the sound of the organ. Mr. Morling had included several books of music, some more secular than others, so all the best singing hymns had been chosen in time for Sophia to try out beforehand. And she did a fine job at keeping to the music, though she was woefully out of practice. From that day forward, Sophia had a new routine to her week. On each Wednesday, she would walk across the river carrying Freddie, meet up with Reverend Nickel to discuss music for the following Sunday service, and then spend a happy hour rehearsing that music. People learned to listen out for the music that morning, and many a whistle or hum would be heard as they went about their Wednesday morning business. Sophia's growing collie, Roy, often accompanied Sophia on the journey to organise her hymns each week. George got used to the idea that he had to manage his stock alone on that day of the week, and he was more than happy to let the young dog have a day off. Although Roy loved his mistress, it was not for that reason alone that he liked to join her. James had moved into the small bothy-sized cottage which he had built for himself on the edge of the village. It was a simple home, unadorned by any ornament, but then James didn't spend much time at home, except perhaps to eat or sleep. Outside James's house, unless she was needed for work, Friday could usually be found laid out in the sun or sniffing around the small garden, sometimes chewing a bone. Roy liked Friday. In fact, he lusted after her. He was now a mature young dog, and the urges he felt between his legs made him seek out female company. Friday, at the beginning, chased him away or bared her teeth at him. But she too was a young female dog, and her desire to have pups overcame her initial reluctance. The two dogs could often be seen chasing each other, play fighting, or rolling around in the deep pool of water next to James's house. Sometimes their play turned into something more serious, so it was no surprise to James or Sophia that Friday was in pup. The collie continued to visit Friday each week, but she became increasingly irritable as gestation took its course. He was confused by her behaviour and couldn't quite work out why she had changed so much. But one day he arrived ready to play as usual and found Friday lying on her side with 5 small pups suckling at her enlarged nipples. He was overcome with pride. "I did that," he thought to himself. "Aren't I clever?" Sophia laughed so much at his attempts to strut with pride that he took offence and headed off, with his tail between his legs, for a bath in the river on his own. Sophia and Nancy were entranced with the puppies. They had written a list of names in advance, 7 names in case of 7 pups. But in the end only 5 were required. Ruby and Sapphy for the 2 girls, Silver, Gold and Blue for the boys. James was happy to indulge the 2 girls, but he made it clear that they would all need to earn their keep, and that may involve them being sold to others. But they should each choose a girl and a boy to keep. Not an easy decision for them to make, as they were all, of course, just beautiful. But in the end, they settled on the 2 pups who had inherited their father's 3rd colouring. Ruby, the bigger and stronger of the girls, and Blue, who seemed to have a superior presence not shared by his brothers. So the puppies added to the growing number of people and animals in the village. People started referring to it as the village. The tracks, which had at first been so hard to negotiate on foot or with a cart, were being used so regularly that they now became dusty or muddy lanes depending on the recent weather. Old Mrs. Franks had become the first mound in the churchyard, and her widower moved in with their son and daughter-in-law. The house he left behind was now inhabited by the Bayliss brothers, though word had it that Mr. Franks had not received a brass farthing in rent so far. The Franks family had started something of a village stall, where local folk could bring their produce and sell it direct to someone else or arrange a deal with Betsy Franks, who would take her small share and pass the rest back to the original owner. She and her new husband Edgar had met and fallen in love at the christening party. A wedding had been somewhat hastily arranged in time for Edgar's mother to attend, but it was obvious to all that the match had been made in heaven, and the couple would do well for themselves. Edgar was a hard worker, who fetched and carried whatever Betsy asked him to deal with. He fashioned a good strong cart with a large flat bed, and was a regular traveller on the track to and from Hawkesbury. The young ladies of the village benefited from this regular service by catching a lift, though the ride was far from comfortable, or by receiving with great glee any magazine or newspaper that Edgar could acquire in the bigger village. The pictures of the latest fashions were endlessly discussed and often copied by clever seamstresses. Life in this small place was beginning to catch up with the rest of the world. Betsy kept meticulous records of each transaction and was an astute businesswoman with an eye for a fair price. The locals who supported her store were gaining income from her services and were happy to put it back into buying goods they could not grow or produce themselves. Betsy's only regret was that she had not yet borne a child. Though she performed her duties as a wife on the regular basis demanded of her by Edgar, nothing seemed to come from these acts. "Perhaps I am just being impatient," she would say to herself as each month came and went without the prospect of pregnancy. In the meantime, she made do with the children of others, and she had taken a particular shine to Freddie, Ben, and little Ed. She had watched them move on from being carried everywhere, crawling at first so their knees were thick with dust. She had seen them take their first teetering steps, often while grabbing at their mother's skirts for balance. The twins were slow in talking to others, although they seemed to have a few phrases they shared between themselves, so it was Freddie who spoke first, and it was Betsy who was first to recognise peas and ankle from him, when prompted by his mother after being given a sweet from the big glass jar full of stripy sweet delights. It was Betsy who had had the first idea about giving their community a name. It seemed to her, as she swept her front step to get rid of the dust yet again, that a place needed a name. If it was to grow into more than a collection of houses, it needed a name. As each customer came and went, she sowed the seed in their heads too. All of a sudden, it became important to everyone to have a name. But what should they choose? Each person was keen to find a name that reminded them of home. But as there were folk from Scotland, Wales, East Anglia, and the West Country, nobody could agree on a name that worked for all. No one to this day can remember whose idea it was, but out of nowhere a name appeared that seemed to work for everyone. Reverend Nicol declared it an act of God that people should come to choose such a title for this place of fellowship, when in reality the arguments and counter-arguments had reached a point where most people were happy to accept whatever was chosen. In this way, the small community on the southern bank of the river, spreading its fingers over the water and up into the narrow valley on the other side, came to be called Marytown, to match the dedication of St. Mary given to the small church at the heart of the place. As old Mr. Franks put it, "There's a Mary in Scotland and in the villages all over Wales and England, so nobody can be offended." The Mackays and the Lawtons had been doing well with their flocks of sheep. The original flock of 20 sheep each, bought from the Bayliss boys, had now grown to several hundred, and there was pressure to spread out into new ground. George and Edmund were keen to explore around them, rather than uproot their young families to look for new land entirely. They both thought it would be possible to clear more ground around the village and beyond their village homes. So they set out regularly on horseback to seek suitable land. George felt sure if he crossed the stream that ran past his and Edmund's homes, there would be land aplenty. although all he could see on the flat land across the water was covered in thick bushes and short wind-blown trees. No doubt the sheep would clear their way through this and perhaps reach the higher ground beyond. As the ground rose, the vegetation thinned and the slopes looked from a distance to be greener and more fertile. Edmund had already found that, with a bit of rock clearing, he could open up a wider track upstream from his home. Once he could get past that point, there seemed to be a tract of land which looked promising. His plan was to burn the dense undergrowth to reveal grass which should thrive once it could see the sun. James had seen this method work well in his time on the flatter lands further south and was keen to help him out. One just had to be careful to control the burning and stop it tracking toward the house. So choosing a day when the wind was low, or at least blowing away from them, was key. It was a plan for spring, as it was important to have access to water to dampen things down if necessary. In the meantime, Edmund and James helped George with his plan. It meant creating a reliable track across the stream, which was achieved by moving some of the larger rocks on the water's edge and building a raised track with many loads of smaller stones. This job was best done in late summer, when the stream was almost dried up entirely. Once they had made it easier to cross the stream, George let his sheep go free on the other bank. James thought the sheep would keep close by as they would struggle to get through the shrubs and small trees. If the plan worked, they would clear a small area by munching on the rich plants and slowly extend their range over time. There was, according to James, no need to fence them in. The natural rise of the land would limit their wandering, and, with a couple of good dogs, George would be able to drive them back down when necessary. During the winter months of June and July, the sheep did exactly what James had predicted. George and Roy, with James and Friday, once her puppies had been weaned, only needed to cross the stream using their new track, and the sheep were all nearby. They seemed happy to eat almost everything in their path and had already made significant progress in forming their own field. They looked well fed and content, though George suspected their fleeces would need some work to extract the twigs and leaves which lodged there when they brushed against the thicker undergrowth. There was, however, a fundamental flaw in George's plan. Just as lambing season began, the stream began to fill with water, despite there being very little rain of late. In fact, the weather had been unseasonably warm. So where had all this water come from? It was Simon Bayliss who worked it out. He and his brother had been further upstream than anyone else and knew that the hills beyond their valley were covered in snow for long periods of the year. The water, which churned with a milky consistency down past Edmund's house and then to George's place, was, according to Simon, melted snow. It ran so fast that George and Sophia could hear rocks rolling along the riverbed at night. George became deeply concerned that his crossing would be washed away, making it impossible to reach his ewes and lambs. Once or twice he had taken to his horse, and they had picked their way carefully through the rising water. The horse found it hard to get a good foothold on the slippery rocks, and George was still not an assured rider and found the whole experience uncomfortable and frightening. Towards the end of July, the weather seemed to take a turn for the better, and, presuming that all the snow that was going to melt had now done so, George could see the water level dropping. The days were lengthening slowly, so George was able to cross the stream as soon as it was light and spend the day checking his pregnant ewes and seeking out new lambs. Roy happily splashed across the stream and shook from nose to tail on the far bank to remove the water from his coat. He loved scampering between the shrubs and finding sheep. He knew which plants to avoid. The ones with the long spikes were the worst. It really hurt if he caught his paw on one of those low-growing spreading bushes. And there was a strappy grass-like plant with razor edges. He knew he had to avoid that, and he had the scars to prove it. George would follow him on horseback, occasionally giving him a whistled instruction, and by lunchtime, Roy, George and the horse were panting and sweating and in need of a break. But on one particular day, George had found a bigger tree under which he and Roy could sit for their cold lunch. It was only when he sat down that George noticed the grey clouds gathering and the wind rising. By the time he had eaten his bread and cheese, saving the crusts for Roy, An odd drop of rain had started to fall. He shivered and said to his dog, "We'd better head for home, Roy, before the rain comes." Roy responded with a single bark before setting off in the wrong direction. "Come back, you stupid boy," called George, but to no avail. It was clear that Roy had picked up a scent. Pulling his oilskin coat around him and pushing his brimmed hat down firmly to avoid it flying away in the growing wind, George mounted his horse and followed the dog. His eyes stung with rain, which was now falling steadily. Star didn't like these conditions one bit. He tossed his head and shook it from side to side to get rid of the water, which stopped him seeing where he was going. It was at the very last minute that George found Roy, standing to attention, indicating the direction of a ewe who was obviously in distress. Jumping from his horse, George could see a tail hanging down from the rear of the sheep as she stood panting with discomfort and the effort of a breech birth. "Bother," thought George. "This could take some time." He set to with untying some ropes from his saddle and began the job of extracting each leg from the writhing ewe by attaching a rope and pulling as hard as he could. It was strenuous work for George and the ewe. Slowly, he was able to turn the lamb so that the top of his head could be seen. Although the poor ewe was exhausted, she pushed and pushed. All of a sudden, the awkward lamb slithered to the ground in a heap of blood and fluids. George rushed to clear his nose and mouth and rubbed the tiny body vigorously. Expecting that he may lose a lamb and a mother, it took several minutes before he heard a gasp and a plaintive bleating from the babe. Mother, who had lain exhausted and lifeless, rallied at the sound and turned around to begin the task of licking her new lamb. George stepped back and left them to it. He never ceased in his sense of wonder at new life starting and the bond between mother and child. It reminded him of Sophia and Freddie. "Roy, we had better get home before dark, my boy." He had to shout over the storm, which seemed to have intensified in the last few minutes. He could hear thunder rumbling over the hills, and the rain hit him like slaps in the face as it fell in sheets, whipped sideways by the wind. He struggled to mount his horse, who by now was fair spooked by the weather. Darkness was only half an hour away, and he cursed at not bringing a lantern, fully expecting to be home in daylight. They made slow progress. Even Roy had slowed to a crawl with muddy paws and sodden coat. He was a miserable dog and yearned for his warm, dry bed, but he wouldn't dream of leaving his master's side, of course. As the sorry-looking group approached the stream, George heard the roaring of the water before he could see how fully it was running in the stream. Crossing was going to be difficult. He could just see a light in the house across the water, but the river had become a raging torrent. Should he find shelter on this bank, or should he try to get home? George was tired and cold and hungry. He decided he needed to be home. He certainly didn't want Sophia to come looking for him in these conditions. The crossing point he had spent so much time building was nowhere to be seen. The lack of light made it hard to find a suitable place for his horse to enter the water. If he could find a safe step down the bank, George thought they could wade through carefully. He called Roy to jump up on the saddle. Roy liked travelling this way normally, but he wasn't too sure about his slippery seat today. Nevertheless, he wasn't brave enough to swim across, so he would take up his seat, tummy across the saddle, in front of his master. George had been aware of the lightning flashes behind him, followed a few seconds later by thunder, which seemed to rumble on for minutes at a time. Rain still fell, and the wind blew in huge gusts. He thought he had found a good place. He clicked his teeth and pushed his heels in to make his ride step forward. Bravely, the horse put his front feet down onto the slippery bank and prepared to take the next leap into the water. But just as he was about to jump, a huge flash of lightning lit up the sky with a crackle, followed almost immediately by rolling thunder. It was just too much for the poor beast. He reared up with eyes rolling and nose snorting white flecks of saliva. With only his back legs for traction, there was no way he could stay upright, and he fell sideways into the raging torrent, tipping George and Roy in too. What happened next could only be surmised by those who discovered George's body the following day, as neither Roy nor Starr could recount the details. In something of a miracle, the horse had been washed downstream, legs thrashing beneath him. At a bend in the river, he was thrown by the sheer force of the water against the huge branch of an overhanging tree that had broken off and lodged across the flow. By wriggling frantically, Starr eventually managed to put hooves to solid ground. With two enormous heaving motions, he managed to work himself up onto the bank where he stood, chest heaving and water falling in sheets from his leathery sides. In the meantime, Roy had spent far too long underwater, but something within him made him fight for survival. He tried very hard to use his front legs to paddle, but it felt like a long time before his head broke the surface of the water and he was able to gulp mouthful after mouthful of clean air. This gave him extra strength to pull himself onto the bank in a muddy, wet heap. "Where's my master?" he said to himself. "I must find him." He scampered up and down the bank, seeking out his master. But in the dark it was so hard to see anything. His nose worked better than his eyes, so it was the scent of George that drew him to a point on the bank where rocks, logs and debris had gathered, washed down by the torrent. Only one of George's arms was above water, where he had attempted to grab hold of a huge tree trunk. His legs appeared to be trapped under the log, keeping most of his body beneath the surface. He didn't appear to be moving, so Roy decided he must be having a sleep. He would be tired too. So Roy sat down and waited. It was now entirely dark, but thankfully the rain had eased a little. Roy was shivering with the cold and very, very hungry. Sometimes he slept a bit, and once he took a short walk to relieve himself against a bush, but he was going to stay there until George woke up, even if it took all night. Chapter 5. Time to Grieve. September to December 1852. The dust had begun to gather on the wooden organ in the tiny church. A spider's web stretched from the bench seat to the ivory stop labelled Gravissima, an irony given the cause of the organ's lack of use. Two small boys ran into the church chasing each other and, through rays of sunshine, saw the dust collecting on the wooden seat. As Clara Nicholl's youngest pupils in her recently opened village school, they had been learning to write their names on slate boards, so it was too much of a temptation for them both. "Jack," one wrote carefully with his finger. Then the taller boy inscribed "Frank." His tongue followed the shape of the letters as he concentrated hard on spelling it correctly. Jack and Frank raced away out of the door, leaving an echo of their laughter and a swirl of dust which sparkled in a ray of sun shining through the window. Nobody in the village of Marytown minded that they had been forced to sing their hymns without accompanying music for the last few months. They would all love to hear the sound of Sophia playing again, but they knew why she could not do so, and they nodded in acceptance to each other as they struggled to start a tune in time and key, or forgot how many verses there should be in each hymn. The small group of people in the village had come together to deal with their first big crisis as a community. Of course, Nancy had been there first, comforting Sophia and helping out with all the practical things that Sophia's brain seemed incapable of understanding. Nancy had brushed her hair and chosen an outfit for the funeral. Nancy had tended to the distraught Freddie. Nancy had cooked food which Sophia tried hard to eat despite it tasting of nothing at all. James and Edmund helped to keep the farm going, along with help from Roy, Friday, and Meg's other grown-up puppies, Roy's brothers and sisters. Even Ruby and Blue, who were barely 12 months old, were brought in to help guard the sheep, although they did a lot more playing than working, it had to be said. Betsy Franks didn't mind at all that she got to be in charge of Freddie, Ben and little Ed. The three boys were into everything, and now they had found their feet, they certainly used them as much as possible to wander far and wide. Betsy felt like a mother hen, constantly herding her brood back under her wings, but she was pleased to be able to be useful in this way. Even the Bayliss brothers had something they could do. It was they who set to with shovels to dig a hole not far from old Mrs. Franks's grave, 6 foot long and 6 foot deep. Though the two men rarely felt much emotion for a soul other than themselves, they had liked George and his family. So it was a sombre pair who toiled in silence in the hot spring sun to prepare George's final resting place. Edgar Franks had fashioned George's coffin from the fine hardwood that he had been collecting to allow it to dry out. He had found some good straight pieces, which made a fitting casket for his friend, and after Nancy and Clara Nichol had laid George out in his Sunday best, he was lifted gently by James and Edmund into place. Thankfully, they had been able to hide his horribly broken limbs from Sophia, and his long hair lay discreetly over the gash which had probably knocked him unconscious and been the cause of his drowning. Sophia saw a peaceful man as if asleep, just like she had seen him every night since their marriage. Perhaps, if she shook his shoulder, he would wake. She reached out, but Nancy quietly took her hand and squeezed it gently. No words needed to pass between them in their grief. The next day, the whole village gathered as the single bell was tolled slowly by old Mr. Franks. Tears fell down his cheeks, partly for George, but just as much for his dear, recently departed Isabella. At least she would have company in the churchyard now. Reverend Nichol had to hold back the emotion himself to go through the sombre words of the burial service. He had liked George. He was a good, strong, dependable man, and had begun to build a prosperous family in this new land. What a waste of potential, and what a blow for Sophia. Job and Clara had talked late into the previous night about ways in which they could support Sophia and her poor wee son Freddie. But just for now, she must be allowed to grieve. A single hymn was sung by the Welsh folk of the village. Spontaneously, they had broken into a favourite for them all. Amazing Grace. They sang in glorious harmony. How sweet the sound. Nancy wondered if she was the only person there who felt the irony in the line, "'Tis grace hath brought me safe thus far, and grace will lead me home." Grace had obviously been missing on the night of the storm then. Sophia remembered little of the service and wandered through the day in oblivion. She walked, she talked, she even tried to sing a few words, but it was as if she was a machine doing each thing without conscious thought. Only later would she sob at the thought of her George being lowered into that deep, dark hole and covered up with soil and stones. Only in a few days' time, when she tried hard to explain to Freddie that his father would not be coming back, did she really start to grieve properly. Then she would replay the whole dreadful night over in her mind. Again and again she would see the poor bedraggled horse standing in front of the house, reins broken and saddle slipping down the girth. She had been worried about George all day. The crossing of the stream, especially on horseback, was something that concerned her greatly. George was not a good horseman, not like Edmund, who seemed to find the horse an extension of his body and could manoeuvre swiftly through any terrain. Star put up with George being awkward in the saddle, but he could be a willful animal, and she wondered if George could cope if the horse took fright. As he left the house in first light, Sophia could see the clouds building on the horizon, but George said he would be home well before dark, so she went about her daily chores around the home without too many concerns. In the back of her mind, she knew she would be pleased when she heard the jangle of Star's bridle or Roy's happy bark signalling it was time to put food on the table for a tired husband. No such sound came, though. Heavy rain began to fall while she and Freddie ate a cold luncheon. Later that afternoon, the storm grew worse. One minute it was daytime, next it seemed to go ominously dark. She lit a lantern, and taking Freddie firmly by the hand, they both went out to the edge of the stream to see if they could see George approaching. There was nothing but darkness, and perhaps the odd movement of small groups of sheep seeking shelter amongst the thick bushes. The rain had become heavier still, and Freddie was grizzling about being wet, so they both went back indoors to get dry. Sophia gave the pot a stir and hoped that George would be back before the lamb stew burned on the bottom. Time passed without a sound other than the rain and wind, and was that a distant rumble of thunder? In the end, Freddie had his supper, with Sophia sharing just a few mouthfuls, and then he was put to bed. Boys of that age tend to wear themselves out all day, so he was fast asleep in moments, clutching the ragged blanket that Auntie Nancy had made for him last Christmas. She heard footsteps and rushed to the door, but it was James. A welcome sight, of course, but not the one she was hoping for. "Just called to see if you were all right in the storm," said James as he stepped inside where he stood in a growing pool of water dripping from the oilskin cape he wore. "Is George home? I couldna see his hoss." Sophia explained to James that George had crossed the river for the day to check for newborn lambs. James, not wanting to alarm her, thought but did not say, "Well, he'll be lucky to get back tonight then." Instead, he said, "The river is quite high, but he should be fine on horseback, and Roy can have a ride in the saddle. I'll take a lantern and go wait by the crossing for him." Standing alone beside the stream, which was now a raging torrent, James was filled with gloom. Lightning flashed and thunder followed almost on top. The churned water and debris was crashing downstream with the full force of water. As best as he could tell in the dark, the crossing they had so carefully built had disappeared completely. "George is sensible enough to find shelter for the night," he thought to himself. "Well, at least I hope so." A particularly vicious flash of lightning followed instantly by the roar of thunder lit up the sky, and James, now wet through entirely, turned reluctantly away from the river and back towards the warmth of Sophia's hearth. As he put his hand out to lift the latch, and Sophia came to meet him with a look of expectation on her face, he heard the noise of an approaching horse behind him. Hoping it was George's, he turned and swung the lantern around. Indeed, it was Star, but without his rider, and looking somewhat worse for wear. It was obvious that poor Star had been in the water, and judging by the angle of the saddle and broken reins, he had tipped his rider off somewhere along the line. It took a while to calm the poor creature, but James reassured him calmly while removing the horse's tack. Sophia found some dry sacking, and they both rubbed his sides dry. This gentle act calmed the animal even more, and slowly his snorting eased to a gentle breathe. "Go indoors, my dear," ordered James. "I will try to cross this river and track them down. Dinna worry too much, lass." Of course, Sophia did worry indeed. For George and for James. And what had happened to Roy, who always came home first to see his mistress? James, too, was now very worried. If George had fallen, was he hurt? He would be cold and wet, that was for sure. As the horse had approached from downstream, James headed that way, hoping to find a crossing point. He whistled to Roy, but there was no response, or at least he couldn't hear one against the howling wind. He began to worry for his own comfort. He was wet right down to his bones and shivering violently. His eyes were constantly streaming with water, and his hearing limited by having to push his hat down over his head to stop it blowing away. After an hour or so of no success, he just had to turn back. He calculated it was only 4 hours until it would be light enough to see, so George would have to wait. Sophia served a bowl of the overcooked stew to help warm James up. He was by that time so tired and hungry that it tasted like the best feast ever prepared. Neither he nor Sophia felt like sleep, and Sophia was not keen to be alone. So rather than return to his bothy, James sat down at the small table across from Sophia. The odd whisper, so as not to wake Freddie, was all that they exchanged. They spent the remaining night in sombre silence. James must have slept for a while, because he came to with a start when the rain stopped. The wind had died down, and there was a distant sound of birds chirping with their dawn chorus. Freddie was already stirring, and Sophia was preparing to get him up and dressed. Telling her to get breakfast ready for his return with George, he donned his damp coat and hat and set out to bring his friend home. A scene of utter chaos met him. Trees broken, debris strewn across the yard. The river still churned with dirty water, and it took him several minutes to find a place where it would be possible to cross. Using his thick staff for balance, he slipped and slithered his way across the wet rocks and took a final giant leap onto the far bank. Downstream he went again, but this time on the far bank. He fully expected Roy to come rushing up at any moment, but despite his whistling, no happy young dog appeared. However, after one whistle, he thought he heard a distant bark. "Why isn't that dog coming to his call?" he thought. His question was answered after the next bend in the river. There was Roy, sitting to attention, as if guarding his master. He knew he should have gone to James's whistle, but loyalty overcame obedience, and here he was going to stay until George woke up. It didn't take long for James to realise that George would be unlikely to wake up ever again. It did, however, take him a while to pull the poor, battered body from the water. For a brief moment he rested with a hand out to comfort Roy, who was now ravenously hungry, shivering and frightened. The dog realised that something wasn't right after all. Knowing that it would be impossible for one man to carry George's body across the river, James left Roy to do one last bit of guarding beside his master and cross the river by means of the branch that had saved the horse's life. He approached the village from another angle and raised the alarm. Reverend Nicol and his wife went straight to Sophia's house, while Edgar Franks and James once more crossed the river with the necessary equipment to fashion a stretcher on which they carried George home. Roy trotted miserably alongside them all the way, hitching a ride on the makeshift byre over the water. His master felt cold, very cold. Only much later that day, after Roy had been given some food and, much to his delight, a comfortable bed in front of the fire, did Nancy and Edmund hear the awful news. It was James who had taken the journey up the bank to tell them, and he knew it would hit them hard. The couple had immediately made arrangements to go to Sophia. Fortunately, by the time they arrived at their friend's house, Betsy Franks was in full child-minding mode, and Freddie, Ben and little Ed were whisked away to be spoilt rotten for the rest of the day, and even overnight, where they slept in a riotous pile of blankets on the Franks' large red settee. They thought it was a great party, having no real understanding of the tragedy that had occurred. In the days that followed the funeral, things returned to normal around the village, but it was a much slower return for Sophia. The list of tasks seemed endless, each one a difficult chore. The hardest had been writing to George's parents in Scotland. The last letter sent overseas had been the joyous news of Freddie's arrival, but now the black-edged envelope was delivered with trepidation by the postboy to the Mackay's farmhouse. Nancy, who had had some skill as an artist, had for the last year or so been practicing her pencil drawing. She had drawn the puppies, the yard, her husband, and of course the twins. As luck would have it, she had drawn her friends' faces too. Sophia already wore a locket around her neck containing the tiniest image of George. It now became a very precious item, one which she held between her fingers many times a day. But the picture that had been drawn of the two of them, sitting side by side on a bench outside their door, she carefully packaged up inside the letter and sent to the Mackays. Sophia's tears had stained it on its dispatch, and further tears dripped onto it when George's mother read the letter telling of her second son's demise. The drawing was framed and stood with the dignity of a black ribbon around it for months on the table in the drawing room. It was the only image they would ever have of their son. Time, as they say, is a healer, though those who grieve find it the hardest thing when told that that is so. But time softened the blow. At first, Sophia could not think of anything at all. But then her brain began to buzz with thoughts of the future without George. She would miss him as a soulmate, but in practical terms, what was she to do with herself and Freddie? In her darkest moments, it seemed she had no choice but to pack her bags and return to her parents in Scotland. Perhaps Edmund would take over their animals, and perhaps James could move into her house once he found a wife. In the end, the small community won the day. Discreetly and without need for reward, the people who shared the valley with Sophia supported her, cherished her, and took on whatever they needed to do to encourage her to stay. They all knew that, should they be faced with a similar disaster, it would be tempting to run for home. But they all loved and respected Sophia and wanted her to stay. James and Edmund ran both farms over the long summer days. It meant double the workload, but they never complained. Betsy quietly took over some of the responsibility for Freddie's well-being. He put on weight, and who knew what damage it was doing to his teeth, but he enjoyed being spoilt with cakes and biscuits and sweets with his Aunt Betsy. When not spending time stuffing himself with sweet goodies, Freddie liked to be with James. Needing a father figure, though probably not aware of its lack, he had adopted James as his mentor and followed him everywhere. This was a new emotion for James. He had never really had a relationship with anyone, apart from his mother, perhaps. But he rather liked Freddie taking 2 small steps for every long stride of his own around the yard, even though it usually meant answering 100 why or what if questions. Fortunately, Freddie didn't seem to notice if James made some of the answers up. Betsy's reliable husband made sure repairs were done when necessary around the place. The storm had done a good deal of damage to Sophia's yard, and things got tidied up quietly and efficiently. The crossing over the stream, which had been entirely washed away, was rebuilt, and a wooden plank bridge was put in place, now made strong enough to withstand further storms and wide enough to be able to drive the sheep across. While rescuing logs and stones from downstream, Edgar had come across George's battered and sodden hat. He discreetly took it home, where Betsy dried it out, mended the ripped material, and put it safely away until such time as Freddie's head grew big enough to fit it. It was harder mending Sophia's soul. Clara Nichol did her best, spending hours just sitting in silence with Sophia, sometimes sewing, sometimes reading, sometimes just plain sitting, coaxing the odd anecdote of her short time together with George. Clara thought that reminiscing would be good for her. And so it proved to be. Sometimes Nancy joined them too. And who could be solemn in her presence? Her bubbly personality found it hard to be sombre, even though she had loved George as much as everyone else. Over the weeks, then months, an occasional smile appeared on Sophia's face. Freddie needed his mother to carry on with life, and though she found it hard, she willingly did all the things a mother needs to do to nurture a child of his age. Watching her son trying hard to keep up with James as he strode across the yard was something worth smiling about for sure. Sometimes there was regret for not having more than just a single son to remind her of George, but most of the time she was just happy when she saw something of him in Freddie. It was a great comfort to Sophia that over time he would grow to look very much like his father. Her other great comfort was Roy. Somehow he seemed to make a connection to George, a bridge between his life and death, and Roy sensed a need to love Sophia back. He had winkled his way indoors and now slept in front of the fire each night, much to James's disgust. But his warmth comforted Sophia, and his undying devotion was something she needed for now. Even if he wasn't inside in the warmth of the home, he could almost always be found lying in a sunny spot on or near his master's grave. There was still a smell of George in his doggy nose. Perhaps one day he will come out of the hole they have put him in and whistle again for me to run, he thought to himself. Toward the end of 1852, Freddie and all the children of the village were excited by the approaching Christmas festivities. Betsy Franks, not one to miss an opportunity to make some extra sales, had sourced some new stock to tempt the buyers, including some of the newfangled greeting cards which, somewhat incongruously, showed images of holly and snow and could be distributed as a gift to your new neighbours. It was hard to avoid the general feeling of excitement in Marytown, and, despite the fact that summer days were hot and sunny, Christmas food would be, where possible, similar to the winter feasts of their homeland. One morning, Nancy arrived at Sophia's door to hear her gently humming a Christmas carol as she sat with her darning needles to mend a tear in the knee of Freddie's breeches. She paused at the entrance, thanking God for lifting her friend's spirits in this way. Resting her hands on Sophia's shoulders, she asked gently, "Will you play this Christmas?" "I think I could," replied Sophia after a moment's consideration. A corner had been turned. The friends embraced fondly and began the task of choosing appropriate carols for the Christmas Day service. The organ would need a duster taking to it, thought Clara Nichol when she heard the good news. Chapter 6. Broken Bones. June 1853 to February 1854. By the nature of the geography of the place, people rarely felt the need to pass by the Mackay residence, unless they happened to be visiting the Lawtons. But in the months after George's death, Sophia felt as if she lived in a very busy street indeed. Rarely a day went by when people did not call on her for some pretext of just passing by. Of course, she knew this was just a way for the folk of Marytown to keep an eye on her, but she played the game, asking each one where they were going and would they like some refreshment along the way. She was grateful for their concern and pleased in a practical way to see people. Loneliness was the thing that hit her hardest. Freddie was with her constantly, but he could hardly be called a great conversationalist at the tender age of 3. Her natural love of life and desire to share it with others had begun to return after that first Christmas, but she missed the companionship she so cherished with George. James, Nancy and Edmund were regular callers, but, over time, began to realise that they were not as much needed as they had been. Sophia told no one of the tears she shed in the long, dark evenings when she was truly alone, and even these began to ease in time. Sometimes she would worry about forgetting George. She had his tiny picture hanging around her neck, but she was already beginning to lose the smell of him, the presence of him. As time passed, she learned to do some of the jobs around the farm. She was young and healthy and found that necessity was indeed the mother of invention. She could stand on an upturned barrel to reach things too high for her. She could push or roll things that George would have picked up and thrown over his shoulder with ease. And there was always James to come to her rescue, or Nancy and Edmund to help out on the bigger issues concerning the stock, or planting the crops, or whatever was needed to run a small farm. Freddie was as helpful as he could be for a small boy. If he wasn't sure how to help, he would ask James's advice. "How do I catch a fish?" he would ask, or "How do I sharpen my knife?" James tried hard not to do the jobs for Freddie, but he was not a natural teacher and got impatient if Freddie failed at something to start with. "Oh, give it here," he would say, rescuing whatever tool Freddie was trying to use. Freddie didn't mind at all. The job got done, and he was quite happy if James did it for him. Over time, Sophia started to visit the village several times a week, and her neighbours were pleased to see her out and about. A short trip to get some provisions from Betsy Franks would take longer than expected, as almost everyone paused to stoop down and talk to Freddie, or to chat with Sophia of this and that. Few people felt they should ask after Sophia's well-being directly, but they could sense her visits into the community to be a good sign of her strength returning. And Sundays were as they had always been. Morning service with Sophia playing the organ once again, followed by a good old catch-up with community affairs. Nancy and Edmund, with the twins running ahead to jump over puddles or run a noisy stick along the fence, would call in for Sophia and Freddie. In summer, they could easily walk across the dry riverbed on a track beaten into shape by many feet. But the autumn meant they took to using the horses. Only the very worst of the weather stopped them going. Sophia was understandably nervous of rivers running high. James could not be persuaded to join them in church. He was happy to keep an eye on the stock of both farms. His God, if he claimed to have one, was one of the hills and streams. His act of worship was to stand and admire a sunset, or to gaze into the starlit night and wonder at the scale of things. Early one morning, in the spring of 1853, only months after George's death, Sophia was returning from collecting a creamy pail of milk from one of her precious cows, when she saw a native woman walking by. Over the years since their arrival, they had occasionally seen the native Maori people walking by, but had not had the reason to talk to them. They seemed a quiet, shy people, not unfriendly, but not keen to interact with the pioneer folk. James had said they were used to passing this way in the spring on their way to the coast on the other side of the island, where they collected precious stones. They would sometimes see them returning a few months later, carrying woven sacks heavy with stones, and the many carcasses of dead birds hung from poles carried by two people over their shoulders. This morning the woman was alone, and she paused when she realised that Sophia was looking at her. She was old and bent over, with aches and pains of age. She walked with a carved stick which, unbeknown to Sophia, told by its carvings the history of Atafai's family, as far back as could be remembered. She had left her husband back at their makeshift camp, downstream from Sophia's farm, and had headed up the river to seek an eel for the pot. Atafai's mother, Hinawai, had taught her how to fish for the meaty eel, and she practised her skills whenever they came to one of the rivers with braids in the spring. She and Hunu would follow the braids until they joined with each other and became a mere trickle in the hills beyond, though these days they would go only as far as they could manage. Perhaps this year not very far at all. Hunu was getting sicker by the day, and all the balms and mixtures she had tried had not made him any better. Atafai smiled towards Sophia and raised her stick in greeting. Sophia waved back cheerfully. Most of Sophia's neighbours were against any interaction with the native people, but Sophia and Nancy, along with some of the more enlightened women in Marytown, felt they should share their corner of the earth with them. After all, mothers are mothers and children are children, wherever they come from, declared Nancy one day after church when the subject had been raised. Sophia was just about to take a step towards the woman in order to speak to her, when they heard a sharp crack of a branch splitting from a tree, followed by an ear-splitting shriek from further up the valley. The sound was so filled with anguish that the two women instinctively ran as fast as they could in the direction of the noise. They were met by Ben and Ed heading towards them, tears running down their cheeks. "We were climbing a tree and Freddie fell," Ben took a breath between each word. And his arm is all funny. The two women, united in their concern, headed upstream. Sophia reached the young boy as he was trying to sit up, but finding it a hard task considering his obviously broken left arm. Shock had prevented him from crying so far, but he looked grey in the face with pain. Blood oozed from a cut across his forehead, but Sophia could see that that was just a scratch. It was the arm that concerned her most. Gently, Freddie, sit up if you can, but keep that arm still, she said as she bent to help him up. She was glad to see that there were no bones protruding through her son's skin, but her mind was already worrying about the long-term effects. Freddie was far too young to be deformed. Atafai, not able to move quite as fast, caught up with Sophia. Seeing the shape of Freddie's arm hanging at a strange angle, she knew immediately what to do. She turned this way and that to look for exactly the right tree. In a sheltered corner, she found a small, shrubby tree, which, because it was springtime, was covered in yellow flowers. She knew that Kofi tree bark was a healer of broken bones. So she carefully peeled away a piece of it from the trunk, about the size of a small boy's arm from elbow to wrist. Taking this to the water, she left it to soak thoroughly while she pulled a few good strong grass stems from their roots. Both these things she then took to the crouching mother and the scared little boy. Freddie's eyes grew wide as the native woman came close, and Sophia turned to see Atafai reaching out with her homemade splint and a look of compassion on her face. Something about that look made Sophia step aside and let this strange old lady bend down and gently wrap it around Freddie's arm. With deft movements, the whole thing was tied tight by straps of grass so quickly that Freddie hardly had time to realise what had happened. His arm hurt a lot, but the support around it eased the pain, and he was able to sit up at last. "Let's get you home, young man," said Sophia, as she scooped her son up, thanking God he was still small enough for her to carry him. She turned to Atafai to thank her, but the old lady was nowhere to be seen. It was as if she had just disappeared into the trees. Freddie, although in pain, was quite enjoying the attention. He had been put to bed with his poorly arm resting gently on a pillow. He felt a bit sick, but was being as brave as he could be. The twins had run home to get their mother, so Nancy had arrived quickly and fussed over him too. Sophia explained how the splint had been applied, and Nancy said she had seen the old woman on her way down the path. She seemed to be heading upstream, but they had merely nodded to each other as they passed. James arrived too. He had seen broken bones before and knew that swift action to correct the deformity was important. He marvelled at the story of the Maori woman. Although he had heard many stories on his travels of their ability to tend to wounds and injuries. "You'll have a wee scar on that forehead," he said to Freddie. "But they say that the lady's like a mark of battles fought." Freddie put his good hand up to his head and found a finger tipped with his own blood. Sophia patted the wound gently with a damp cloth. "Just a surface wound," she whispered. That's what her mother would have said when she or her sister or brothers had fallen over as children. Shock set in overnight, and Sophia woke to her son sobbing with the pain and barely conscious with delirium. But he settled once she lay beside him in his little box bed and carefully wrapped her arms around him. By morning, he was tired, but Sophia stopped worrying too much when he demanded food. She was preparing his favourite porridge when a faint swirl of cold air made her turn towards the door. Atafai stood there, holding out a small clay pot containing a green paste and a spoon made out of bone. She said something that Sophia did not understand, but it was obvious she wanted to go to Freddie. For reasons she couldn't discern, Sophia felt total trust in this woman she hardly knew and let her go to Freddie's bed. Atafai hummed a soothing tune, which calmed Freddie, while she gently undid the bindings she had tied the day before, and, using the spoon, spread the strange-smelling salve across the skin around the break. She then firmly but carefully reattached the splint and gently placed Freddie's arm back on the blanket. Freddie's arm tingled. It was a feeling he would get used to as Atafai visited every day to reapply the salve. Each day, the tingling was followed by less pain. Young bones heal quickly, so it was not long before he could wiggle his fingers, and not long before he asked to get up and play with his friends again. One morning, Atawai applied the salve, but not the splint. She made a fist with her own hand, and Freddie realised he was supposed to do the same. It hurt, and his fingers were stiff and didn't want to do what his head was telling them to do. But he tried hard, and Atafai nodded and smiled. He liked Atafai. She was kind and gentle. Sophia had prepared some oatcakes to give to Atafai, and she held them out to the woman when she went to leave. "Thank you," she said simply. "Hei mahipai noa iho," replied Atafai, and "Tena rawa at ukui," as she took the basket of oatcakes. Sophia realised the last part of these words must be thanks, so she tried to make her mouth say "Tena ra at uki," though it was hard to copy what the woman was saying. Atafai smiled widely and replied with a hesitant, "Thank you." Both women laughed shyly at their attempts to communicate, but the ice had been broken. Even though Freddie didn't need a nurse anymore, Atafai became a regular visitor to the Mackay household. Sophia was shy of using another language, but Freddie had no such inhibitions and began to learn a few Maori words and phrases. Atafai would often sing to him, and Sophia tried to teach her a Scottish tune too. When the words didn't seem to work, there would be much hand-waving and pointing, and slowly, over several months, the women learned to speak to each other in a strange mixture of both languages. Freddie was very happy. He loved Atafai, and he was happy to see his mother happy too. Even Nancy began to join in. Atafai had been a little reticent of Nancy's natural exuberance, but soon learned to laugh with her. It was a strange friendship between the three women, but it worked for them all. Sophia cooked broth for Hunu, and it seemed to make him feel better. Nancy provided fresh eggs and showed Atafai how to cook them on a hot plate. And Atafai showed the girls how to weave baskets and bowls from the reeds which grew by the river, and how to pick certain leaves to help relieve stings or bruises, or indigestion or headaches. Rather surprisingly, Edmund was not in favour of the girls' new friend. He was suspicious of these native people and expected them to take advantage of the pioneers in some way. "I don't trust them," he told James one day. "They're after our farms." James was not so sure. He couldn't see why an old couple would want to take on any more work than they had to. Atafai just could not understand James. He spoke the same language as Sophia and Nancy, but with an accent that made his words seem thick and sticky to Atafai's brain. She turned to Freddie for translation, which made them all laugh together. But somehow, Freddie always knew what James had said. He was becoming fluent in all three dialects. So daily life continued throughout the year. Summer came and went, with Sophia and Nancy harvesting some of the new crops they had planted under Atafai's instructions. Lambing had gone well, and the elderly Maori couple came to love the delicate taste of tender lamb, wrapped in leaves and cooked in their oven dug into the soil. The leaves were turning a sumptuous yellow colour, and seemed reluctant to leave the branches upon which they grew. It was unseasonably warm, and the rains had been sufficient to make everything grow well this year. George had travelled halfway around the world with 5 pots containing cedar trees, seeded from the trees around his farm at home. They had only had time to plant one next to the house before his death, and, in many ways, Sophia was glad that it was so. She still was not sure if this was her long-term home, and she wanted to plant the trees where her family would see them for many generations to come. So 3 remained in their pots. The 4th she had planted with Freddie's help not far from George's grave. She hoped it would give some shade and shelter to George and the other members of the community who would join him in years to come. Both the trees that had been planted had thrived this summer and were now taller than Freddie, despite him growing too, like the tall grasses at the riverside, according to Atterfy. One cold and frosty morning towards the end of May, the postboy arrived at Betsy Frank's with a satchel full of letters for the people of Marytown. Betsy, not wishing to be nosy, but keen to keep an eye on village affairs, flicked through the pile of envelopes. 2 for the vicar, 1 probably from the mission people in London, 1 addressed in a spidery hand to the mother of Frank and Jack, perhaps from their grandmother back at home. And, at the bottom of the heap, an envelope addressed to Mrs. George Mackay. Reading George's name made Betsy stop in her tracks. She still missed her good friend and felt sad for Sophia's fate as a widowed mother. As there were no customers about, she thought she would walk over and visit Sophia, and, of course, have a cuddle from Freddie. She packed a few apples into her basket with the letter and set off across the dried-up riverbed. Sophia was hanging some washing on the line which stretched from the house to a nearby tree. She hummed a tune as she went about this everyday task, and Betsy joined her in the chorus as she approached. Freddie ran across to hug his Auntie Betsy and to see if she had any sweet treats in her basket. "Mamma, there's a letter," he said, clutching the envelope from amongst the apples and waving it in the air. "Is it for us?" he asked Betsy, who nodded. She had an ominous feeling that she was not the bearer of good news. Sophia put down her pegs and took the envelope from Freddie. "It looks like my father's writing," she said, thinking that it was unusual for him to be the one to put pen to paper. Breaking the seal, she opened the folded paper and began to read out loud. "Dear Sophia, I am sorry to tell you that your mother has succumbed at last to her continuing weaknesses." Sophia did not need to read any further. So her mother was gone too. It was hard to feel anything after the 4 years that had passed since she had last seen her parents, but grief strikes in many ways. "Why don't you take those apples inside, my dear?" said Betsy to Freddie, handing him the basket. "And mind you don't eat them all." She then turned and took her good friend into her arms, while Sophia sobbed and sobbed for the loss of her mother and her husband. Had she read the remainder of the letter, she would perhaps have not been so surprised when, a few weeks later, a horse and cart drew up outside the house, and her brother Samuel and his new wife stepped down to greet her. In truth, she would not have recognised him had it not been for his voice. He sounded just like his father, and he jumped down from the cart and called, "Carrie, come and meet my big sister, Sophia." Angus had his mother's dark hair, so this had to be the fair-haired Samuel, the younger of her 2 brothers. "Samuel?" she questioned. "What are you doing here? And who is this? Carrie, you say? Come in, my dear, and take some refreshment. You must be exhausted. Come and meet my friend Nancy and the boys." Samuel was left alone in front of the house, wondering, not for the first time, whether he had done the right thing. He had married his bride in somewhat of a hurry in order for his mother to see him settled. She had died 3 days after the wedding. Father had not entirely approved of his marriage at the young age of 19, but he knew Carrie was the only one for him, and having travelled across the globe with her, he now knew he had made the right decision. His father had quickly decided that there was nothing to keep him in Scotland once his wife was gone. His agent had spent years trying to encourage him back to northern England, where the music halls would offer him every opportunity, and that is what he had done in short order after the funeral. Samuel's sister Emily had been in service for a while and had no reason to come home now either. Samuel suspected she preferred the company of a handsome young footman. And Angus would take over the family house and continue to build up his blacksmith trade. So there was nothing for him at home. Sophia's occasional letters home had, apart from George's death, painted a pretty picture of a land of opportunity. Carrie was a strong and resilient girl and relished the challenge Samuel had presented to her on their wedding night. So they had followed in the footsteps of his older sister. Father's letter would get there before him, so Sophia would have made arrangements for them to stay nearby, or that was what he had expected. It seemed perhaps that she did not know they were coming at all. Again the community rallied round, making Samuel and Carrie welcome and finding them a place to stay for a while. The Bayliss brothers had not been seen around the village for some time, so the house they had been renting was available. It took a while to tidy it up and remove the empty bottles and unwashed clothing, but Betsy and Edgar were happy to help. In the meantime, Samuel and Carrie slept on the same red settee that the boys had shared on their night after George's accident. Sophia quickly recovered from the shock arrival and, having finally read the whole of her father's letter, now felt guilty that she had not prepared a welcome for them both. Carrie was a plain girl, so young, but cheerful and capable and keen to help out with chores around the place. Samuel had worked for a while with his brother and had learned some skills as a blacksmith. The village needed his abilities with a growing number of horses being brought in and all kinds of metal objects needing to be fashioned or repaired. Finding a site for a forge was not easy, though. Most of the flat land beside the main river was taken up by houses now, and it was important for a forge to be near water. A temporary workshop was created alongside James's hut, and Samuel started taking in business from his new friends and neighbours. But in his spare moments, he wandered far and wide, looking for the perfect spot to build a permanent home. Sophia was as happy as she had been since George's death. Freddie was settled and contented, and he had Ben and little Ed as daily playmates. James, Edmund and Samuel were always there to help her if she needed them, and Nancy and Betsy and now Carrie were constant companions. The four girls had much in common and never tired of each other's company. So it was a rare day when she was alone for long, much to the annoyance of Thomas Bayliss. George's death had offered Thomas an opportunity that he was keen to exploit. Surely now Sophia would need a man, and a man like Thomas who, in his own opinion, was strong and handsome. He had always lusted after her, but George had got in the way, and now he was gone. Even Thomas had a modicum of decency in him, so he was willing to wait a short period to allow Sophia to mourn. But all through the summer, when not riding into the hills with his brother, he had watched from a distance for his chance. It had been hard to tear himself away to go towards the coast to meet up with one of the newest sheep farmers who had taken up residence on the flat plains nearer the sea. Simon had insisted that it was going to be a lucrative trip. He had met a young Maori man who had been taken on as a shepherd by the family that ran this sheep farm, and he had promised them that there was money to be made there. On their return from an initial meeting down on the level lands to the east, Thomas and Simon were alarmed to find that the house they had been living in had been taken over by Sophia's brother and wife. But Edgar had been firm with them both. They had paid no rent for the house for most of the time they had been there, so they had no right to claim it for their own. The Bayliss boys had made themselves unpopular by taking advantage of the kindness of the Franks family, so nobody else was willing to give them a home in the village. They had been forced to set up a temporary camp by the stream, where they spent far too much time brooding over the unfairness of life in general. Simon was keen to move on, perhaps back to the level ground where some of the wealthier farmers seemed to be setting themselves up. But Thomas would not think of leaving the village. He had Sophia to consider after all. Fate dealt him a fair hand one afternoon when he saw that Sophia was alone for a change. James and Friday had set out several days ago on an expedition to look for further land for the sheep, and Nancy and Edmund and the twins were in Hawkesbury fetching supplies. Samuel and Carrie had, at the last minute, asked to go too. Now they had settled in, there were things they needed which could only be found in Hawkesbury, and Samuel's work had provided them with a little spare money to spend. They would all be absent for some time. Edgar had agreed to keep an eye on the stock in between his other work. This was the time of year when the sheep could look after themselves in the main. Lambing was over, and it would be a month or two before shearing began in earnest. Freddie was with Betsy Franks for the day. Sophia was relishing the quiet without Freddie getting under her feet. A rare day to get some serious housework done. She wanted to give the bedding a good airing, beat the dust from the rugs, and generally settle the house down before the bad weather set in. As she went about her chores, she hummed a tune to herself, pausing occasionally to listen to the late summer sounds of the crickets and birds around her. She was not at all pleased when she saw Thomas coming towards the house. Where's that brother of his? She wondered to herself. They are rarely apart. Good day to you, said Thomas as he approached Sophia. She was holding a carpet beater made from woven branches, and she looked ready enough to beat the man rather than her rugs. I came to see if you needed help while the men are away. Good afternoon, Thomas, and thank you, but we are managing just fine for a day or two, replied Sophia. Sophia went to reach up to pull the largest of her rugs from the line on which it had been stretched to air. As she did so, Thomas saw his chance. Here, let me help you with that, he offered. His arms being considerably longer than Sophia's, he was able to reach above her, and, just as she decided to pull away and leave him to the heavy job, he grasped her arms and swiftly turned her round to face him. What are you doing? Hissed Sophia. The men will be back shortly. Oh, Sophia, I know you need me. I'm strong and healthy, and you must be missing the feel of a man, whispered Thomas, holding his face far too close to Sophia's flushed cheeks. She could smell the beer on his breath, and it made her retch. He was strong, and though she tried hard, she could not release her arms from his grasp. Barely before she had time to realise what was happening, she found herself being pushed through the door and towards the bed. The carpet beater had fallen to the ground, and she wondered if she could reach it to beat her attacker around the head. But by this time he had pushed her backwards onto the bare mattress, and he stood astride her. She had no memory of doing so, but James later told her that he could hear her screaming from Nancy and Edmund's house. Realising that something serious was happening, he had run as fast as he could down the hill, stumbling over loose rocks and gaining balance by putting a hand out to small trees as he sped by. He had burst through the doorway and taken in immediately the scene inside. Grabbing Thomas by the scruff of the neck, he dragged him away from the bed and turned him round to face the fist which struck his nose with considerable force. James had the big, strong hands of a Scottish warrior, while Thomas was wiry with a pointed, bony face. There was no doubt that James had broken Thomas's nose, as blood poured freely from it. Thomas staggered backwards, holding his shattered face and stumbling over the table. Pottery was sent crashing to the floor, and the table tipped over under the force of the punch. With not a moment of sympathy, James again picked Thomas up by his collar and dragged him outside without ceremony. Thomas's breeches were down around his knees, which didn't make it easy to make a dignified exit, and James had time to pick up the wooden pail of water and throw it over the man. That'll cool your ardour, said James between clenched teeth. Now go on your way and ne'er come back here again, or you will have me to answer to. He raised the empty pail, ready to beat Thomas around the ear again. James was a tall and broad-shouldered man who towered over Thomas, who knew when he was beaten. He staggered off to his makeshift camp, buttoning his trousers and shaking the blood from his face as he ran. Next, James turned toward the house. His instinct was to rush inside, but, realising she may need some time to tidy herself up, he knocked gently on the door instead. Sophia, he said gently, are you all right? Can I come in? Please do come in, sobbed Sophia. James entered the house to see Sophia smoothing her dress down and then reaching up to tidy her hair. Furniture lay in disarray, and the bed frame was broken in half. Not entirely sure how far things had been taken by Thomas, he suddenly felt awkward in Sophia's presence. Oh, if only Nancy were here, he thought to himself, as he gingerly felt his knuckles where a bruise was beginning to appear. What can I do? He asked as Sophia began picking things up from the floor. I don't know, replied Sophia. I just don't know. James righted the table, though he noted a leg would need mending, and as Sophia went to put the broken pottery down, their hands touched. Oh, James, said Sophia, please, would you hold me for a moment? She was shaking from sheer fright as he gently took her into his arms. It felt like being wrapped in a blanket. His arms were strong and his body comforting. She sobbed slowly, and she wriggled free from him, found a small handkerchief, and wiped her eyes. I need a cup of tea, she said, trying hard to sound cheerful. No harm done. James wasn't sure if she meant that no harm had been done to the furniture or to herself, but those 3 words were a great relief for him. He certainly did not want to contemplate the consequences of an enforced liaison with that rogue. Sophia found 2 mugs which had not been broken, and as they sat over their hot drink, she told him more of what had happened. It should have been embarrassing, but she felt fine sharing it with James. No harm had been done indeed, other than perhaps a dent in Sophia's pride, but who knew what may have happened if James had not been near enough to the house to hear her screams. Sophia replaced the broken pottery at Betsy Franks's store under the pretext of having dropped the tray she was carrying by tripping over one of Freddie's toys. The furniture was put back in place, and James mended both the bed frame and the table with fresh wood. Not a sign remained of the incident by the time Nancy and Edmund returned, and no mention was made of it by Sophia nor James. However, 2 things had changed that day. Thomas grew even more resentful of James. His broken nose added salt to his wounds as it had set with a somewhat bizarre tilt to the right. Not only had he lost the prize of Sophia, but James had ruined his handsome features too. Nobody in the village questioned Thomas about his black eye and bloody nose. It came as no surprise to anyone that he had been in a fight. Perhaps the only surprise was that it had not happened before. Simon, who had never really liked James, sympathised entirely with his brother, and the 2 rogues spent many an hour brooding by their campfire while the need for revenge grew in their hearts. And secondly, a relationship between Sophia and James began to grow. A very different relationship to the one she had enjoyed with George, where George and Sophia had been equal partners in their pioneer adventure. Sophia now needed someone to comfort her, someone who could make the decisions for her, and James was happy to fulfill this role. For the first time since his mother died, he had a human being rather than a dog to love and cherish. Their friends, Nancy and Edmund, were happy for them both, and though James was viewed by some as an outsider, as he did not attend church or waste words in idle chatter, the community were glad for Sophia. In this land of pioneers, a woman needed a man, and a child needed a father. Chapter 7. Revenge. January to March 1855. The settlers between the sea and the hills were doing well for themselves. Sheep thrived in the rough ground and were efficient at clearing the undergrowth to allow themselves room to roam. In some areas, controlled burning of the thickest bushes and grasses was an efficient tool. Although in the short term the ground was scorched and useless, the climate was such that new grass came through quickly, and within a year sheep could be moved in. The landowners became rich on the sale of wool, which would be sent back to England by ship to be turned into quality clothing, blankets, and carpeting. The meat was eaten by the families of the area because, unlike pork or beef, it was hard to salt, cure, or preserve lamb. The biggest earners were the large tracts of land nearer to the coast, where the grasslands could be established more easily and transporting wool in bales required less effort. The families who settled there grew rich, building substantial homes and employing large numbers of itinerant workers, including the native Maori men, who were hard-working and reliable by nature. One such sheep station was on the level ground beside the same river that supported the community of Marytown. But here, near the coast, it was wide and provided good irrigation to the fields along the banks. 2 young Maori men worked the sheep here. Taiku's family could normally be found roaming the high country seeking food and occasionally travelling over the mountains to search for the precious green stones from which tools and adornments were made. But Taiku liked the idea of having money to buy things for himself. Why should he walk for days to find nothing but a few birds or a fish to eat, when he could be fed by the farm owner's wife and buy items which he thought were luxuries from the stores in Hawkesbury? He had a natural talent for working with animals, and the sheep that his masters had brought across the seas were docile creatures who followed each other wherever he wanted them to go. He had persuaded his brother, Aperahammer, to approach the owner for a job, and Mr. Rhodes had agreed that he could assist Taiku on one condition. The Maori words were hard for European folk to pronounce, so a new name would be required for Taiku's brother. This was not the first time Mr. Rhodes had felt the need to rename a worker. In fact, it was the 17th time. So Aperahammer became 17 by name. At the end of each summer, a large mob of sheep would be selected for sale and separated from the main flock. And, in early 1855, the Bayliss brothers had come across Taiku and 17 as they worked with their boss, Mr. Sidebottom, to cut this flock from the main group in readiness for their journey inland to be sold in 10s and 20s to the communities which had sprung up further up the valley. Neither Taiku nor 17 could read, but they had been taught enough English words to get by, and the ability to count their numbers and tally up sales along the route. Mr. Sidebottom was a firm man who stood no nonsense from his workers. He would have preferred to employ good English boys to do this job, but Maori labour was cheap, and they had so far proved to be reliable men, if a little idle and less given direction at all times. He was a man of few words, who preferred to use the whip rather than his tongue to admonish transgressions. Taiku and 17 were frightened of their immediate boss, and did everything they could to avoid his wrath. Thomas and Simon had enjoyed a successful journey to Littleton, and had spent their Christmas celebrating in the way they knew best. Boxing Day was required to sleep off their hangovers before they started back to Marytown. Thomas thought they had been away enough time now that any memories of his fight with James would have faded, just like the bruises on his face. And, with a boost to his ego, it seemed the slight disfigurement of his nose just made him more attractive to the street girls from whom he had taken his pleasure. One of these girls, he couldn't remember her name, had even run her finger down the broken line of his nose with a sigh of pure pleasure. In Thomas's vain opinion, he was already a handsome man, and perhaps James had inadvertently contributed to his increasing good looks. Their money pouches were full after finding work moving sheep around the flat lands beyond this port. It seemed to them that sheep could be counted in hundreds of thousands. They streamed down the gangplanks of the ships from Australian ports and into the holding pens built on the outskirts of town before being sold to the pioneer station owners of the Canterbury Plains. As experienced handlers, they were in demand and could pick and choose the most lucrative jobs without spending too much time in any one place. It was as they crossed the wide river before heading west toward their old home that they had come across the native shepherd boys. Taiku and 17 were happy to talk to the brothers and told them all about the boss's plan to drive 1,000 sheep up into the valleys for sale. They shared a campsite overnight, and once Simon and Thomas had taken their leave from the campfire and hunkered down in their tent, it was Simon, being more of a thinker than a man of action, who had come up with the idea of using the sheep as a means of extracting revenge upon James. The brothers had seen how the farmers further north had expanded their sheep numbers, which inevitably led to a need for more land. And they knew that James and the other men from Marytown had already been looking further inland where it was said the grazing was good. It was indeed true that James and Edmund had a desire to expand. With James's help, Sophia had kept the farm going since George's death, and now her stock and that of Edmund and Nancy's were in desperate need of more room. There was a danger that their land would become barren with the pounding of hooves and the endless munching of many mouths. Edmund and James had come up with a solution, but there was something that James needed to deal with first. Sophia had found life hard since George's death. It was physically demanding and mentally confounding, and though she had mastered much of the background work with help from Edmund and Nancy, she could not have kept the farm going without James about the place each day. In many ways, he had stepped into George's boots, the only difference being his tactful retreat each evening to his own small cottage across the stream. To begin with, she had wondered whether she would give up and perhaps move Freddie and herself into a cottage in the village and take up dressmaking and mending. But for George's sake, she carried on carrying, fetching, even digging and handling the stock. Slowly, James had taken over those heavy tasks, stepping carefully so as not to impose on Sophia. It was hard not to be part of the family, though. Freddie made sure he was invited for a cold lunch and a hot supper every day, and Freddie followed James around each day, helping out where he could, though he was only a very small boy. As time passed and Sophia and James spent more time together, their regard for each other had blossomed into something more like husband and wife. There was only one part of a marriage lacking, and James slowly began to realise that he wanted that part of the relationship too. More than 2 years had passed since George's death, and he considered that a suitable period of time for others to judge his proposal as not being somewhat forward. But not being a man of the church, he was not sure what to do next. Fortunately, Samuel had come to his aid one day while they were crossing the stream to check on the sheep by asking bluntly, "Are you going to make an honest woman of my sister, James? It's about time, you know." Words had never come easily to James, and he mumbled a response from which Samuel could only discern the word church. "Don't worry about that, my friend," Samuel had replied, clapping James on the shoulder. "We can talk to the minister together. Let's go and see him this afternoon." Reverend Nichol was surprised to see James Mackenzie in church that afternoon with Samuel Morling. "Good afternoon, Samuel, and welcome, Mr. Mackenzie. We are pleased to see you here." Again, James found it hard to work out the words in his head and make them come out of his mouth. So it was Samuel who had explained James's dilemma. "I hear rumour that it will soon become a more complicated process to marry in this land, as laws are being brought in to ensure that both parties are of the church and the union is acceptable to the community," said Reverend Nichol. He noted that James looked concerned at such bureaucracy. "But at this time, we have no need of that. We just need to set a date, turn up at the altar with 2 witnesses and myself to say the appropriate words, and the deed is done. Though I rather think Sophia will want a bit more religion in the service than you would like, James," said Reverend Nichol with a twinkle in his eye. He liked James, and he was pleased to hear that Sophia would have someone to share her life with again, and Freddie would have a father figure. As a proposal still needed to be made to Sophia, a date had been penciled in for the following Friday, subject to her agreement. It would be a small affair befitting of a second marriage. Samuel and Carrie, Nancy and Edmund, Betsy and Edgar Franks, and the Reverend Nichol performing the service, with his wife in attendance too. But first, the most important guest needed to be invited. Sophia would look back on that evening many times over the next few years. She had been busy all day bottling the last of the fruit harvest. It was a messy job at the best of times, and she felt like Freddie had been under her feet all day because of the misty rain which had soaked everything outside since daybreak. She had sent him packing after their lunch for some fresh air, but on his return, his muddy footprints and dripping clothes just made her more irritable. As the shadows lengthened, the sun shone at last from behind grey clouds, so she was able to send him out once more to play with Roy and the other dogs while she prepared supper. She wondered where James and Samuel had got to, and hoped the supper would not burn on the stove if they were late. James arrived back alone from the village, with a handful of white flowers he had picked on the river bank near his little cottage. He did not tell Sophia that he had come from the church, nor that he had paused in the churchyard to seek blessing from George's grave for his mission tonight. Though Sophia, like any woman, was happy to receive the flowers, she was faintly irritated with the gift. All her pots had been used for the day's preserving, and barely a surface was clear for want of apple peelings, which needed to go to the pigs before dark. She sought out a cracked pottery jug and went to fill it with water. Coming back inside, she found James standing silently in front of her, holding something in his hands. Over the months, they had found it easy to talk of many things, but it seemed he had lost his tongue tonight. "What's the matter, James?" she asked. "My dear, I have a question to ask you." He opened his hands to show a small, plain gold ring to her. "This was my mother's ring, and I want you to have it. I want you to be my wife," he said hesitantly. "If you will have me, that is," he added sheepishly. There was a moment when everything stood still. In that moment, Sophia thought of George and Freddie. She thought of the strength of James and his care for her since George's death. She thought of the love that had grown in her for this gentle giant of a man. And she thought of the possibilities that life may throw at her if she shared it with this man. "I will have you, James. I would very much like to be your wife," she whispered. Once again he took her in his arms, but not before he slipped the ring over her finger to see if it fitted. It did indeed fit perfectly, but she would not wear it until the ceremony next week. Nancy, of course, had been delighted. She had expected it to happen soon enough, and she had great respect for James leaving an appropriate time for Sophia to grieve for George and not look as though she was planning to jump into bed too quickly, as Nancy had put it to Edmund in her usual down-to-earth manner. James had, for the benefit of his new wife, tolerated the religious words which surrounded the legal phrases of the marriage ceremony. Anything that pleased Sophia made him happy too, so he was content to let Reverend Nichols speak whatever words he wanted to speak, just as long as Sophia said, "I will." She looked radiant in her Sunday best dress with new ribbons tied in her hair. These had been a gift from Betsy Franks, who dabbed at the corner of an eye with a small lace handkerchief as James was invited to kiss his new bride. Of course, it was impossible to keep such an event secret in the small community, and Mr. and Mrs. Mackenzie were greeted by a throng of neighbours and friends as they emerged from the church into the sunshine of the early February day. Most people were pleased to see Sophia married again. They knew how hard it could be to run a home and farm without a man, and, being practical folk, they felt it was time for her to marry again so that she could bear more children. Freddie needed a brother or sister soon. Sophia's friend Nancy and sister-in-law Carrie had prepared a small feast to celebrate the wedding. All the food had been brought on platters to Sophia's house, where they were able to eat at a long wooden table under the trees. After eating and drinking, the girls remained at the table while the men wandered across the stream to lean on a gate and talk once more of their plans for the future. They returned to find the girls laughing and chattering as they tidied the table away and washed the pots and pans. Nancy was pregnant again, and she told the other girls that she thought it could be twins again, as she seemed to be growing a huge belly. "And you will be next, Sophia," Nancy had said. Sophia looked slightly embarrassed, especially as Betsy Franks was there too, looking wistfully into the distance, perhaps wishing that she was the one who was bearing a child at last. The party broke up early to allow James and Sophia some time alone, and once it was dark, they had moved inside to sit at the small table and talk about the day. Long into the night they talked and planned their future together. Once Freddie had fallen asleep, Sophia moved closer to James, and it was not long before she led him to the bed she had once shared with George. "Are you ready for this?" asked James. "We can wait, you know. There's no need to rush." "I want to, my dear. I have wanted to do this for a long while now," she replied, as she pulled his strong body towards her, and he took her gently and laid her down to start the pleasant task of consummating his marriage. Life continued for Sophia and James and their friends and neighbours as summer came to an end. Though Sophia's name had changed, nothing much else had needed to be altered. James's cottage was rented out to the young man who had joined the community to assist Reverend Nicol as curate for a while. It was basic, to say the least, but it allowed the earnest young man to study his Bible without distraction. It reminded him of his time at the seminary. James had asked Samuel and Carrie if they wanted to take the house rather than pay rent to the Franks, but Samuel had plans to move into farming and wanted something bigger for them both and the children they hoped would come along quite soon. James and Edmund had some big ideas to develop their farms. They had heard stories of the land beyond their homes, over the hills and onto the plains beyond. The river that trickled down past their houses for most of the year had formed a narrow gorge through the hills as it fought its way to the sea. The native people had walked that way many times and spoke of the fruitful lands beyond. But driving sheep and bullock carts through the narrow pass would not be easy. Leaving the girls to look after their children and their stock, James and Edmund had set off to find the easiest route and to find a place beyond where homes could be set up. They had returned triumphantly, full of their plans and excited by this new venture. The journey, they had decided, would be easier by cart by climbing up the riverbed. So this set a time constraint for them all. The river was at its driest at the end of summer, but it would be best not to leave it too late, as they had learned that heavy showers could bring a sudden build-up in water levels. James reckoned the beginning of March would be perfect. The men had spent a considerable amount of time pacing out the boundaries of the land they needed to claim. It required a map to be drawn. James was not a man of letters, so it was Edmund who had taken paper and pen and drawn 2 copies of a rudimentary map of the route they needed to take over the pass and the 2 square areas either side of the stream they found flowing downhill and onto the flat plain beyond. They had found plenty of stones lying around and had built cairns at each corner. They had felt very much like pioneers in a new land. The other side of the hill did indeed seem promising. They had been observed from the hill by Atafai and Hunu, who had spent the summer in a small hut under a tree looking out across the basin toward the mountains, which remained covered in snow all summer. Once they returned with all the news, they decided not to share their ideas with the rest of the community for now, although Simon and Carrie had already been consulted. They had agreed to take over the farm for the season and were happy to be moving into the house for a while. Samuel had picked the perfect spot beside the stream to set up his forge. There was less work for a blacksmith in the winter, as people tended not to travel so much or have need of repairs, so he and Carrie could easily manage the farm too. Sophia was particularly keen to move on now. So much reminded her of George, and now that she had the company of James, she wanted to escape those memories. Freddie had all but forgotten his father, and was happy to accept James as an able replacement. Not that she wanted to forget her first love, rather that she felt it was now time to move on. Nancy had a natural desire for new adventures and a sunny disposition that assumed that everything new was going to be better, so she was happy to join the adventure too. She rather liked the idea of her boys growing up in a wide and open place where they could roam as freely as the sheep, and she was anxious to make the move sooner rather than later, as another baby, or maybe babies again, were due to arrive quite soon now. So, towards the end of February, final plans were made over supper. Reluctantly, Nancy had been persuaded to stay behind until after the birth. Edmund, of course, would stay with her, so it was just James, Sophia, and Freddie who would set off to begin the journey. It would be a temporary move, so that if all went wrong, they could return to their homes without loss at the end of the winter. It would mean sleeping under canvas again and travelling in a cart, but they had done that before and were not concerned by it. All that remained for the 4 young pioneers was to acquire some extra stock. Meanwhile, Taiku and 17 had been travelling for 2 days towards Marytown with their flock of about 1,000 sheep. The native shepherd boys were finding it hard to keep their flock together. They had no skill in controlling the dogs, so the task of rounding them up into a group that would move forward as one was a slow one. Mr. Sidebottom would not be pleased at their lack of progress. Thomas and Simon Bayliss had put together a plan to make money with the arrival of the huge mob of sheep while plotting revenge upon James Mackenzie. They were very pleased with themselves. They had done business with the native folk before and generally found them to be gullible and easily misled. The trade usually ended in profit for the Bayliss brothers, not always to the benefit of the other party. But it was not just for the profit of this deal that they had come to call on the shepherds that day. So when Thomas and Simon rode up to Taiku and 17's camp that morning, the shepherds were more than happy to accept their offer. The brothers said they were asking on behalf of one of the farmers from Marytown, who was keen to buy more sheep to take over the hills and onto the fertile plains beyond. He would take all they had at a good price. Thomas and Simon explained that they did not have enough money to pay for the deal at this stage, but their friend, who was travelling back from exploring the land beyond the hills, would pay his dues as soon as he returned. In the meantime, the brothers were happy to pay them a small retainer, which they could keep as their own, perhaps without the need to tell their boss about it. Taiku and 17 discussed the deal between themselves. "It is a good price for the master, and we get something too," reasoned Taiku. "And it would save us driving these creatures any further up the river." "Yes, I agree," said 17. "We would be stupid to do anything else. We can camp here for a few days and wait for the boss to turn up. By then, this buyer will have brought us the money, no doubt." So the Bayliss boys handed over their meagre payment and put their dogs to work to drive the sheep across the river and onto a piece of land that bordered James and Sophia's residence. The 2 Maori men settled down in the comfort of their tent, where they slept soundly without interruption from the noisy creatures moving around them all night long. The next day, James was surprised to hear the sound of sheep. Not that it was an unusual noise to him, but this was the sound of many sheep. He could see dust rising downstream from where he had been wandering in order to find any stock that had avoided the shearer. Friday stopped to sniff the air as well. She was all set to round them up. However many there were, she could cope, although her paws were tired from the long journey from which she and her master had recently returned. James and Friday were just about to head home when Simon Bayliss appeared. Friday gave a low growl. She didn't like those 2 men at all. "What does he want?" said James to Friday. "We don't see much of the Bayliss brothers around here these days, do we, Girdle? Thank goodness." "Good afternoon to you, James," said Simon. "I am glad I came upon you today." James thought to himself that Simon had probably not just come upon him today, as neither of the brothers did anything without a reason. But at least it was Simon who stood there. He would have been tempted to land another blow with his fists if Thomas had been the one in front of him. Simon went on to tell James about the sheep they had purchased from the 2 shepherds. He explained that the native shepherds had struggled to herd the sheep upstream and had been happy to sell the entire flock to the Bayliss brothers, though they had driven a hard bargain as the sheep were in good condition. However, neither Thomas nor Simon had enough land on which to keep the sheep, and were hoping to sell them, in part or as a whole, to local folk. Was James interested in purchasing any, perhaps? Indeed, James was interested in buying the lot. It would answer their prayers to acquire a new flock for their journey. But he was not prepared to settle on a price without seeing the condition of the stock. Perhaps Simon would ensure he could view them without his brother being present, as Simon was surely aware of their grievance with each other. He followed Simon downhill, leaving him time to go ahead and warn Thomas to leave their camp. Thomas was happy to retreat. He had no desire to face his antagonist at this stage, and it suited his plans well for Simon to seal the deal while he put the next stage into action. And so the deal was indeed done at a price which suited them both. The sheep were in good condition after a summer of lush green pasture, and they soon became the property of James and Edmund, while Simon held a bulging pouch of coins, which amounted to a bonus for them both for the deed yet to be done. Everyone was happy. Meanwhile, Mr. Sidebottom was checking up on his shepherds and the flock in their care. He was somewhat confused by the lack of sheep surrounding the camp of his 2 young employees. He was not at all pleased to find the boys sleeping in their tent while the sun was high in the sky. "Wake up, you 2 idiots! Where are the sheep?" he said as he kicked the blankets off the boys. "No problem, boss. We've driven a good deal for the lot. You should be pleased with us. We need a pay rise, sir," said Taiku as he scrambled to his feet. "I'll be the judge of that," replied their boss tersely. "Tell me what you've done." So they explained that they had sold the whole mob to a rich man from up the river. He would be coming to pay any time now, and the price was as good as anything they could have set by selling them in small lots. "But you have no sheep and no money yet," hissed Mr. Sidebottom. "And you call that a good deal?" He reached for his horsewhip with the intention of beating his 2 young employees for their foolishness. But before he could make contact with any skin not covered by clothing, he heard the sound of a rider approaching. It was Thomas Bayliss. The 2 shepherds relaxed a little as they fully expected the visitor to have brought the money. Thomas pulled his horse to a stop and dismounted swiftly. He had a face like thunder, and with annoyance he spat, "That scoundrel James Mackenzie has taken the sheep. He drove them on uphill at night while we slept. He has no intention to pay, I'm sure. Will you come with me to track him down and claim the sheep back?" Mr. Sidebottom listened with annoyance to this outburst. He could not believe that his employees had been so gullible. And what part had this man played in the deal? He had not taken to the Bayliss boys on their first meeting, and he certainly didn't trust Thomas now. But what could he do but send the 3 of them off to track this freebooter James Mackenzie down? Surely they could travel faster than a man with 1,000 sheep. He would go himself, but he knew there was a good roast back in the oven at home, and he was too old to sleep rough these days. Let them make amends by getting the sheep back, he thought to himself. At that, he mounted his horse and set off back towards his plate of roast lamb. "Come, boys, I will ride ahead and seek more help to track this rogue down," said Thomas as he mounted his horse. He knew that the Maori people preferred to walk than to get on the back of a horse, so he guessed they would take their time to join the search. "Follow me as soon as you can," he shouted as he galloped away. Taiku and 17 looked at each other. Surely it was not that urgent. It would be easy to find 1,000 sheep. They set about breaking the camp, but not before they had eaten and drunk a late breakfast. Sometime later that afternoon, they set out with the intention of reaching the place they called Marytown, where they knew they could find a good feed and a bed for the night with Taiku's auntie Atafai. Thomas and Simon were pleased with themselves. They could just leave events to take their course now. Revenge felt sweet indeed. Not only had they painted their arch enemy as a sheep rustler and freebooter, but they were in profit on the deal. The small amount they had paid to the shepherds was but a tiny part of the money Simon had taken from James in payment for the sheep, and nobody would be any the wiser of their involvement in James's demise. Once he was removed from the scene in chains, Thomas could make another move towards Sophia. In the end, James and Sophia, with Freddie and the dogs, started the journey almost immediately. That same evening, James told them all about the sheep he had bought, and though everyone was suspicious of any deal done with the Bayliss brothers, they could see no issues in this case. James thought the sheep were in good condition considering the price he had paid, but they were suffering from being crowded into a small space at the moment with little to eat. So James was keen to start as soon as he could. Sophia and Nancy had been busy for days packing the cart with all that they may require, so it would not take much effort to get ready. They agreed to get going at first light. James had been into the village to let Samuel know he would need to start his farming duties the next day, and Nancy and Edmund would be out and about early so that they could make their farewells as the sheep were driven ahead of the cart past their riverside home. You have been listening to The Wideawake Hat, Book 1 of the Applecross Saga, by Amanda Georges. Narrated by Sue Melville. Copyright 2018 Amanda Spearing. Production copyright 2022 Amanda Spearing.